Oh, look, some people. Somebody bought some books. Yeah, I guess it is all my fault. Sorry. Oh, well, sorry. I mean, not that I think it's really a bad thing. Let's see. Oh, I forgot I gotta send out the little share thingies. Okay, let's do that. And then, oops, wrong button. No, that ain't right. Let's see what's gone on so far. I am here for it, sir. Hello, good to see you again. Then, yeah, I got some new presents today too, but they're just classical studies shit. Nothing that anyone's gonna be interested in, I'm sure. Yeah, probably nothing anyone would probably be interested in, but I get 3 more for my classical studies series. Let's see. Hey, Canadians in here. I also did get some things to try out in future here. One is supposed to be a little microphone that's supposed to work with this thing. So we'll see how that works. Yeah, it's supposed to just connect into the bottom of the phone. So that'll be worth trying next time. See if that makes this any better. Then I also got a set of little Bluetooth earbud, so I can move around a little bit and still hear as well. I sometimes don't hear as well, so it's worth a shot, if I'm stepping away. Let's see, anybody want to pop up yet? Oh, look, there's one. Let's do that. I'm supposed to set a little goal thingy at the top, aren't I? What? I didn't... Hold on a second. It's back to that coral thing. How do I get rid of this?
Oh. Did you have to reset last time?
Instead of putting up the subscriber goal last time, it gave a little coral thing. This time it didn't ask at all. It's just automatically doing this. Huh. Let's see how to do this. Let's take off the item. Hey, Socrates, you're in the way.
Cat's gonna fix it.
Look real life goal. Okay, it has as goals. It only has all the different things that pop up, though. It doesn't have a subscriber one. It looks like it just has shows Garland, Arctic Puck, all these little picture thingies. Huh, I don't know why this looks different. I have to ask somebody who knows better about this stuff. I don't see a subscriber thing.
The only subscriber challenge I see is the hearts.
Yeah, I'm trying to edit the one that came up by default that said 7 corals.
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
Wow, panther paws. There's all kinds of funky things here. Yeah, I don't see anything that says subscriber anymore. It only gives me these reward ones. Wonder if they just changed that. Hi, yes. Hi. You do know I'm doing something right. You do know. You just don't care. Yeah. Cat. The hand is not for you. The hand is trying to reach the phone, you turkey. Cats. Socrates was named for the way that he used to pace up and down the hall, because, peripatetic philosopher.
Yep.
And not because he's particularly clever. he's my he's in many ways my dimmest cat in a long time. You're always getting yourself into trouble. Always getting yourself into trouble, falling off of things and being silly. You're a silly little boy. Yeah. Not the brightest bulb. Excuse me, dude. Excuse me. You're in the way. Oh. There was a black cat until quite recently. I'm still kind of sad about Moshe's dying, but there's some of the emotes have Moshe in them just because I still miss him. Whoops, he just did some. Okay, currently the only two are Socrates and Minerva, but still mourning Moshe. He's my good boy. He was my best buddy for a long time. Any books on ancient pets? I honestly don't know.
That's a great question.
Books on, I don't know. I mean, there's discussions of them in a lot of books on daily life in the ancient world. So there's mention of pets and like my daily life in Greece and in Egypt and things like that. But I don't know that I've ever looked for or seen a book on that. Yeah, if your cat is 8, you should hopefully still have a few years. It shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be a problem for a while. But yeah, Moshe had to be like 15 and a half, something like that. Which is pretty good given that, his first year and a half or so was as a harbor feral, sucking up all the CO2 from the trucks and ships and dodging cranes and stuff. So I'm kind of amazed he was as healthy as he was. But cancer did actually take him in the end. His last year was hard. I've got a lot of pictures tracking his. He was overweight the same way that Socrates is now. Although he didn't carry it as well because Socrates is a larger frame. Moshe was kind of short. So he was pudgy as hell. But he shrunk massively. By the end, he was like just under 6 pounds. He was just bones. It was really hard to watch. But he stayed chipper until nearly the end. So he always had a good attitude. Now you want up here too? No. Everyone wants to bump this over today. Everyone wants to bump this over. What are you doing?
They're trying to subscribe.
Yeah. I wish I knew what that did. It only has the little rewards thing now. So, whatever the hell that is. Oh, well. I'll leave it to smarter people to figure out and let me know. But, yeah, Moshe's deterioration was really sad. So I think the fact that it dragged out for so long is what is making it hard for me. But I also haven't been able to decide whether I want to add another kid to the Clouder anytime soon or wait a while, because the dynamics are always a bit different. When the numbers change. Socrates is actually a lot more bold than he was. As the bottom cat, he was always a bit more, a bit shyer, stayed out of the way more. But He's much more of a lap cat now. And this one has taken Moshe's place as the one that curls up with me every night under the blanket. She's very insistent about it too. She has a whole routine. If I get in first, she comes over and she starts tapping me. Tap, tap. Hey, move the blanket. Let me in. Tap, tap.
Good evening, Professor.
Good evening. You little booger.
I was thinking
Okay.
maybe we could do the symbolism of animals in ancient cultures, and we could maybe start with Egypt and cats.
You do something on symbolism of animals in ancient cultures, and then I didn't catch the rest of that.
Maybe we can start with the symbolism of cats in Egyptian in Egyptology. Start with that.
Yeah, in a lot of places, their dignity was always impressive to people. And one interesting thing about cats relative to a lot of other pets is that cats domesticated themselves. They weren't selectively bred. They weren't. We didn't use artificial selection on them. They just saw us, came over, looked cute, caught mice for us, and we just decided to cohabitate because we all got something out of it. They got extra food, and attention, and we got to keep the mice out of our grain. So they literally chose to hang out with us, which is kind of remarkable. And I think that autonomy really impressed a lot of ancient peoples because it's harder to explain than what you're doing consciously with cultivating, domestic animals and plants. So it sort of seems like they're more intelligent than they actually are because of that, and or that there may be like a spiritual component, something about the gods. So yeah, a lot of ancient cultures, looked kindly on kitties for that reason. Hey, you. These are gonna be nifty. These are little Bluetooth earbud things I can try out later. Okay. Let's see. Into the mods on. I do need to make an announcement early on about how to do this tonight. I really can't be on more than 4 hours today. I need to be able to get to sleep at a relatively decent time since I'm stuck going to a job fair tomorrow. I'm always kind of unhappy about doing that sort of thing. I don't like I don't like applying for jobs. I don't like going to crowded places, and this is both together at the same time. So it's a nice double whammy for me emotionally. But there's a few positions opened up at local colleges, one of which is by far the closest campus to me. There's a place in the valley only 35 minutes from me, and that would be life-changing because each way my drive to work, depending on traffic, is 2 to 4 hours. So I spend 4 to 8 hours in the car. And if it's only half an hour away, holy shit, that would make my life a lot easier.
I never want to go back to commuting, ever. That's soul destroying.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I used to, before I ended up in this kind of career, I used to move regularly when I got different jobs because I just hated commuting. But this career sort of, because it forces me to work on multiple campuses, it kind of forced me to adapt to commuting because I had to, the place I had for about a decade was equidistant between campuses in 3 different counties. It was in a 4th county, but still, it was like the campuses were in 3 counties, and I could easily get to them. Technically, a 5th county was also like in the same driving distance, but I stopped working at that school, that university. But still, it was about an hour and a half, whatever, to each one. But where I am now, the drive is considerably worse. But it's the advantage is I'm restoring Gramps' old cabin, and it's a nice little permanent place I can stay in. So I was happy to take on the extra bit there, but I kind of got used to it after the long ass drives from the other place, because an hour and a half without traffic means you're still going to get, traffic days. So it's not a huge difference to here, I guess, overall. I think Fridays were still bad. Yeah, I think it probably adds about 45 minutes or something, 40 minutes maybe to the total drive time. So it's not terrible, but still not great. But it is nice to start putting this kind of place back together. I got the fence built out there this time, and a whole lot of work done to the flooring was been redone. I've done a bunch of smaller plumbing and electrical work, but I do have some more significant projects in the coming year. I'm going to restain all the outside wood siding, so that'll be a big project. And going high up in the ladder is never a lot of fun for me. If I'm too close to something and high, I get that like vertigo sensation. It isn't the height; it's like I'm close to something and I can't judge the distances. So I get like, what's going on? So the highest parts are going to be a pain in the ass because I'll be right up against the house at the top of the ladder. But still got to get all that done. And then the year after that, I'm going to redo a whole lot of the electrical because my grandfather Mickey Moused a lot of it himself. And doing it yourself is fine, but please do it to code. And he didn't. So there are a few problems waiting to happen that I'm going to correct. So that'll be fun. And then the year after that, replace the septic tank. The year after that, I'm going to add on rooms in the back. So staged, a little bit at a time, one major project each year. Keeps me busy during the summer. And yes, the cat is just purring and purring and purring, and I'm just holding her. She's amazingly trusting of me. Okay, let's see what has popped up here in the little chat. Yeah, I hope I'll get something. It's tough. This career is difficult to apply for because the number of jobs hasn't really grown at the same rate as the number of people able to do it. So like community college positions that say, master's required, realistically, if you don't have a doctorate, don't even bother applying. Your chances of getting it are basically nil. The last time I applied for a full-time position at a community college, and mind you, I teach regularly at universities. I applied at a community college, and I was competing with people who had degrees from like Stanford and Yale. So yeah, if you're finishing at Yale and you're applying at a community college, the job market sucks. So it's tough, but I've got my fingers crossed just because it's so close. I would freaking love that. There's more requests popping up. Look at that. Here's one. Doop, doop, and there. I don't know why that wasn't lighting up. There we go. Gosh, 3 people. Look at that. Okay. Hello, dog.
Hi, friend. Hi, everybody. Happy Friday.
Oh, big boy.
Hi, Liam.
Hello.
I just wanted to share my cats with you real quick.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can turn this on. Okay. Oop. I don't know what I did. I've never been. Okay. He's a kitten. He's 8 months old.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got a brother. He's short-haired, and his name is...
His name is what? Oh, look, that sound cut out.
I don't know how to work this. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's hard. No,
His name is Lotaz. I see him. Let me go get him real quick. Hold on. I'll tell you the story.
See your video. We can't see your video. You have to push save.
Yeah, there's no picture of the. If you're showing the kitties too and not just talking about them, we can't see them.
Okay, sorry. I had to go get him.
I'm gonna send you an invite to turn your video on because we can't see the kitties.
You can't see me?
No, I can see me. I'm gonna send.
Oh, okay.
You'll push save.
Okay, push save.
There
we go.
Hey, look at that. Can I make the picture? Can I make the picture bigger for a minute? There we go. Oh, look at the kitties!
Oh, Mama. Oh,
Orange
Oh,
kitties!
so sweet.
Orange kitties! Look at the orange
we are
kitties!
literally here for the cats. Oh
Oh,
my word.
oh, look at that one! Is that like a tortoise shell? Yeah, so cute. Oh, you're muted again.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Push. You're muted. Push
Here,
the
I can
microphone.
probably do it. No, it won't let me. Send invite. Oh, now the video's off.
I'm on my iPad and I've
this
never done this before.
this app's a pain in the butt.
Oh, I don't want to be on camera anymore.
You're
I just
doing
wanted to
great.
share my cats. But the reason that I named him Motaz is because I'm still on camera, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to switch it back. It takes me a minute too. Like it isn't.
Okay.
Come on, there it is.
I don't know how to get off.
Phone doesn't like my fat fingers. Always bumping around.
I'm gonna try to do that, maybe. Okay, I got it. Anyways, I just wanted to tell the story of why I named him Motaz because the day before they were going to the vet to get fixed, I learned who Motaz was from Palestine. And we didn't have a name for him yet. We had not named him because there was just no names that fit, you know? And it just works. He's just...
Ooh.
So that's his name. But anyways, I just wanted to share my cats. That's all. Have a good night.
Yeah, no, that's great. It's a cool name too. I got to see it rather a lot because my ex had Mataz tattooed on her from an ex, so I got to see the name rather a lot.
No, the other one's name is
a cool
Brinley
name.
because that's like my son's cat, and that's what he wanted to name it. But and I don't like the name, but whatever, you know. But the short hair one, he's so handsome. You know, like he's so like dignified that some just regular name wasn't going to work. I had to find a name. And that day when I saw Motaz, you know, filming in Palestine, I was just like, that's it. That's his name. There we go.
Yeah, it's a cool name. I like it. Yeah, that's great. My critters always get actual people names. You know, I get a lot of friends that pick like, I don't know, Puff and Star and things like that. You know, a lot of people pick like, you know, cutesy names for animals, and that's cute too. But I always give them people names and talk to them. So
I think I shared with y'all that my dog's name is Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but we call her Ruthie. But she came with the name, so it was perfect. She's a rescue, but even the fact that she came with the name Ruth Bader Ginsburg, I was like, it's perfect.
yeah, Rudy's a good name too. Yeah, I just like that. It's fallen out of favor. I think it's gotten really uncommon. But
I don't know if anybody has seen that movie Inglorious Bastards.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a Great Dane pit bull. He's 110 pounds, and I'm Jewish, and I'm disabled, and we named him Stiglitz. He's my service dog.
Stiglitz, Stiglitz, like The Economist.
No, like in the movie Hugo Stiglitz, he
Oh, I
infiltrated
don't remember the name of the character.
the Yazis from the inside and was very brutal to the generals on his way out.
Oh yeah, I don't remember the character name at all.
He was the character that they picked up along the way.
Okay, I should probably watch
Yeah.
that again. I have a harder time remembering
it's
all the
great.
details of films.
I do too. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about was, and I apologize. I didn't mean to, Dermasoul, I didn't mean to jump the line. I apologize if I've jumped the line. I'm going to get back in line because they were up here before me, but I wanted to talk to you about neurodiversity before it got into the things that we end up talking about. I wanted to kind of like introduce that portion and tell you what happened last night to why I got muted so that we could talk about neurodiversity as it pertains to education and how you have learned how you've learned. So last night somebody had mentioned something about a cat, and somebody said, well, I want a cat, and she said, well, I know how to hook you up with a cat, and she's like, no, thank you. And somebody got upset about that, and the woman who had offered help with the cat had said, sorry, I had forgotten about the base IQ of the people in this room.
Oh, ouch.
And
Yeah,
Wow.
she got
I'm
painted
autistic
for
like you are, and I went
Mhm.
after that person. And
Yeah.
so so that's what happened last night. And my question about this now, as it pertains to that, is there's a heavy amount of neurodiversity in the population now who is coming to an education on what's going on in the world, or has come to an education as to what's going on in the world. So there's a heavy, you and I had talked about this before, a heavy sense of justice. And so there's a huge swing when it comes to social media and education, and people like you who do these lives that show us where the education is, and not just to believe what it is that we're being told by, you or the news or anybody else, but you bringing the sources and the books and the information and things like that. And there's a huge population like you and me who have learned and been able to adapt in the world in a certain way when it comes to I'm on the ADHD train. There's like 14 paths to the one thing I'm trying to get to, and I apologize, I'm not getting to it.
It's fine. It's fine. I totally. You guys see how much I ramble? Come on.
My question is you have been able to give the world through these last couple of months an education that most people who are not neurodiverse and didn't spend a lot of time socializing with the outside world would not have gotten. And now in this way, you're sharing it with the world in a way that is social. And my question to you is, on the neurodiversity scale, are you finding that you are feeling a bit more fulfilled in your educating in this broader spectrum, in this social format?
Because of doing this.
Yes. Is there more? Is there in addition fulfillment because you are reaching a much broader audience, a much larger audience? Because people who are not necessarily neurodiverse didn't spend this much time not socializing and gathering this much information.
I think that.
Does any of this make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. It does. That is interesting. I have to say I hadn't thought too much about it other than I was enjoying it, but I guess that what I get most out of this is a growing sense of community, I suppose. People that you can interact with. And, I guess anybody that can put up with, watching this crap and talking to me and we're listening to this crap for a few hours is probably my kind of person anyway, so you're attracting people that I guess make sense. And there are a lot of neurospicy people that show up, which is nice too. I mean, so back before the social media apps were around, I had built and run a little website bulletin board thing through PHP that was specifically for the neurodiversity community. So this is late 90s, beginning of the aughts. I think I finally shut it down in the early aughts. And there was a bunch of us on there, and it's just a lot of people on there. It was like a range of personality types and expressions. Some people that barely communicate at all out in the world, and other people that mask and pass pretty well. We all just could get together and we could share the different challenges. That kind of push to change the way we think socially. The whole neurodiversity as a default is something that I was interested in because it was a new thing at the time. And I enjoyed that kind of community. And since then, I've been involved in a number of like smaller kind of like online-ish type things through, Facebook groups and shit like that, but they don't work as well. They seem to be a great place to go for shit posting and memes, but not really for a sense of community. So I guess in a virtual space, it's been a while since I've actually had a sense that I'm interacting and socializing, but in a way that isn't actually stressing me out. Because even though this has video and audio, which that board back in the day didn't, this feels totally normal to me. Where, you put 10 people in the room and I'm like looking for the exit. You put 94 people in the room where we are now, and I'm not likely to show up. So it's interesting that I can do something like this, where classrooms are always a little bit different. I mean, I can deal with a 300-person lecture hall if I have to. I don't have a problem with that. My heart rate goes up, but it's a different kind of environment. It's a little bit more performative, so the masking just comes up. It isn't as social. This actually just feels like relaxing with the kids and reading and talking to myself, because I would just talk to myself, So it's so I'd say that the community is the biggest thing that I get out of it. Not necessarily more of a sense of like teaching fulfillment, I suppose, but I think that I already get that by default. And I get enough time around students that I'm kind of like already satiated, I suppose. So it's good. I enjoy sharing. That's just normal for me to want to share interests, but it's not that, I don't know, it adds more of that buzz to it, I suppose. The buzz I'm getting, I guess, is the social one. Like, I'm communicating with people that I can get along with and that aren't, I don't know, I'm not worried about them judging me. I don't know does that make sense?
It does. I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'm just babbling along there.
When I had spoken to you before, the very first thing I had said to you was that you seem to be the intellectual autist and I'm the emotional autist. So like, you remember the things that are said and I remember how they make me feel. And
I
I really just appreciate that. My husband and I were watching your live last night, and I find myself that had education been geared this way instead of sitting there and having to regurgitate what was in a book, I might have been able to graduate high school. I might have been able to do the things that were, I guess, capitalistically required to be a productive human being if I had been able to be educated in a fashion this way. I feel like I might have, my soul was born in the 50s and 60s for the fight, but my body was born in a time where it could not learn properly the way the world needed it to be productive. And so I feel like at this point, I mean, I check my sources with you even as well, and and I appreciate that you are open to discussion and debate and all of that, and blah blah blah. This is the autistic part. I'm gonna shut up now, but yes, all of that made sense, and I appreciate you and thank you, and I'm gonna drop down now.
Thanks, and actually I appreciate that too. The emotional side of it. So, if you don't mind, I'll share something that kind of tacks onto that, because I'm pretty much the polar opposite in it. I matured emotionally relatively slowly, largely because I was so confused by people, and it really affected the way that I could process a lot of things like that and process feelings. And I was hyper intellectualized from the start. I was speaking in complete sentences before I was a year old. I started learning to read between 1 and 2 years old. I always had my head in a book, but in much of my early education, I was a terrible student. I really struggled in grade school and early high school because I couldn't pay attention. I didn't want to be there. I was anxious. I was nervous about all the people around. It was stressful. I thought most of the stuff that they were talking about was boring. I'm like, okay, shit. What are you saying that what are you saying that matters? Like, I don't care. I would sit in the back of the class and read Star Trek novels. I didn't give a shit. I didn't really start to care until near the end of high school. And I didn't really get to a point myself where I could really, I guess, pass enough in terms of expectations until, I guess, probably around 30, which is when I started my bachelor's. It took me a while to afford to actually go to college. But the emotional stuff always was trickier for me, and all those little personality tests they give there, I'm always like way the hell over on the analytical side. And a lot of my, I guess, appreciation, for the wider range of emotions and empathy and everything else, it's consciously cultivated. I've learned to do it, and I've learned to appreciate the beauty of it, but it's not as much a natural impulse. And where things are, they also still, like, because everyone has emotions, we just process them differently, right? So I'll be watching a movie, right? And all of a sudden I'm like tearing up and I have no idea why. Like I don't really, I'm kind of like, what? And I have to think about it. Oh yeah, I guess this was an emotionally effective thing. But it's like there's a disconnect for me between some of the emotions and the processing, because I'm always like 3 steps I'm ahead of myself thinking about shit, and I struggle to be in the moment and to feel things. So I've always really appreciated feeling personality types. I've always sought that as like in partners and friendships, people who, for them, it's much more immediate and on the surface, because I can feed off of it in a sense. It adds something to my life. It complements, I guess, where I am, because I'm at such an extreme from it. So I appreciate you too. So that's anyway, just a thought.
Autistic powers unite. I'm going to drop down.
Yeah, Annie, I really appreciate you. And just so that you know too, and can Liam, can we say what we were chatting about just with like for the mods that are here to reach out? Could we just make
uh,
some
yeah,
of the
whatever you like, sure.
okay, some of the businessy announcements now for the, oh, great. Hey, Matt. Happy Friday. Hi, friends. I'm trying to get settled down with busy week. So, but for all the mods that are here, Liam's got his DC set up. So I think just get your email right so that you can get the invites and we can get set up there. And then I'll speak a little bit to Annie and we can start kind of distilling some of these conversations, some here when needed, or obviously privately when needed also. But I think, like collectively, all of us want to create a really productive space. And I do I apologize for some of the people that have gotten temporarily muted and things like that. I think that with the platform, with this being such a public platform, with this is a very unique situation that we're all in with Doc Liam. And so yeah, we're just going to want to kind of create the most productive space. So a few of that is like, let's try not to engage with the trolls, and let's try to like mute, do like 1 minute. If there's like any attacking going on, it's okay to have disagreements, right? Like if we're always learning, we're always growing, we're going to come up against our cognitive dissonance. We're going to do all kinds of things when that's fine, but like we want the people that are willing and capable to like have the conversations that we're having. And then those that are a danger to those, let's get those blocked. Those that, like it sucks when the adults are having a conversation and we're having to parent some of the adults in the chat, but that's okay too. We can, but so I think that's part of, I hope, all of our goals, but we'll talk about more of those things privately. If anyone here and all the mods that are here want to pop in too. And yeah, Liam, I get that. I'm both. I have a very analytical side and I have a very compassionate side, which is like just very clear from like the ways that I've chosen to go in my education. So like my undergrad is I have 2 undergrads in related to biochem. And then I like randomly went to graduate school for religious studies. And then I've been like, so there's a lot of Buddhism, a lot of Christianity, a lot of religion there. And then I've had to step out of after working hospice and end of life, being an end of life educator, like really like getting burnt out from that. I'm still like some of the things today, there's still people that are reaching out to me in that field, but I'm no longer working directly in that field. But so stepping out of that for various reasons. So I think like there's both of that. There's the analytical and the compassion. So that's a little bit of me in the background, and I'll stop.
Someone just
But
said,
happy to.
"Go home, Jews." I don't know if that's a mute or ban, but that's not the kind of thing that I want to put up
Yeah,
with.
that would be like a ban and a mute. I'll get to it.
That gets a little
So
bit
yeah,
fucked.
we'll get.
Um, to add a thought on about the moderation part, or at least not as much the moderation of comments, but like a technical issue. Based on the discussion earlier, I decided to set up a Discord server for the office hours community there, and what we can do is, because of the permissions model for Discord, I can have parts where the moderators can chat with each other and talk about how to do shit and policies and all that kind of thing. But then if anybody else wants to kind of like join and interact in it, it would be kind of up to the mods if anybody has the time to kind of watch a Discord as well for people to share ideas and share book recommendations and anything else. I wouldn't mind having something like that set up, but that's more up for them. So, but at the very least, it'll be a place for the what do they call them, team members or whatever, that are joining on here and want to help moderate this and keep it going. And if they want to expand it to where anybody can jump into it, then great. We can talk about doing that and see about setting. Oh, I got Coral, and see about setting something like that up as well. If we do that, both for the moderators and for anybody else, if we do expand beyond it, if anybody sends me an email address, I could always put people in, but it might not be the fastest. But I don't know if anybody else who wants to help run that can, collect the email addresses from people who are interested and then pass them in a list to add in or something. I don't know. Maybe we can figure something out that as we go along. But either way, it seemed like a good way to get communication offline, especially if we're only going to meet once a week. How to keep things going.
Yep, I think that sounds good. And if it's easiest, yeah, just I'm here to support in whatever way. So, but yeah, anything and any like whistleblowers or any whistleblowing or like microaggressions or anything like going on, like just tag someone, and we'll get it out. And yeah, apologize for some of the harm that gets through. So,
Oh
and
yeah,
that's going
man.
to happen. We're
Oh yeah,
in
it's
this
going to
space.
happen, but it's
So
nice that people are
yeah,
watching for it. I mean, because we don't need any kind of hate speech towards anybody. It's not really conducive. If people have different backgrounds, different positions to start with, and we all have different experiences, people learn different things growing up, and there's a lot of us that have taken in a lot of really messed up ideas, but we can change that through engaging with people. The secret is being at least respectful. If you walk in with hate speech, there's the door. That's not really my thing. Telegram, I never figured out. Somebody said a minute ago they never figured out Discord. I set up a Telegram thing and I just can't figure out a damn thing to it. I was thinking it might be another way to, like, because I'm on several different social apps. It doesn't make a damn bit of sense to me. It's sort of like WhatsApp is also weird. I don't really get it. I've only used that for some video calls and stuff with people who had it, but I don't know what the hell to do with it. Discord works a lot like a lot of more old school server-based things. You can definitely tell it was designed by geeks for geeks, rather than being designed with a very wide user base in mind to start with. It's expanded beyond a bunch of gamers and geeks to wider use. But it definitely shows its ancestry, and that just made sense to me the way it's set up. But yeah, I don't get Telegram. That and WhatsApp are the only two social apps I just could never figure out. Hi.
Oh,
You're purring too much. I can't put you down while you're purring so much. Will you stop purring so I can put you down?
no, sir. Keep her there. We need her there.
No.
Well, good evening to everybody. to Annie, who was saying sorry for jumping the queue. Listen, Annie, I'm just here for the cats and for the knowledge. That's all. You weren't jumping any kind of queue. But I do feel, sir, that, for myself, having gotten into this whole turmoil of conflict and, in the past 4 months, when I stumbled upon Sir's Live, I found it to be a place that was dispelling all of the craziness, and it was offering sense, and it was offering logic, and it was offering knowledge, and a clear way of seeing and thinking things. And I was grateful for that because, some of us are, as Annie said, neurodivergent, and we have problems socializing in person, and we are, a lot of us are so empathic that being around many people is actually emotionally draining. And so we can't deal with that, in person. But meeting up in places like these, it offers us the social interaction, but yet a respectful distance that we can say, oh, I can log off at any time because this is now too much for me. So I find this to be quite useful, and I'm always around Sir nowadays because, like I've often told you, yes, you're quirky, but I'm addicted to the knowledge. I'm addicted to the common sense. And that's so crazy because common sense I've found is not common sense. It's actually not so common.
Yeah,
So I
it's not.
enjoy being around, yes, I enjoy being around Erika and yourself, sir, and like-minded individuals. It's easy and it's flowing and it offers a refuge from all of the chaos that's going on. And so I'm very thankful for that. So that's why I'm here. I mean, I've now even I've never been one to be on camera or anything nowadays. Just like today, earlier this morning, I was at work and I was on camera. I was actually like, well, maybe I can do this. And then Sir was with me at work even, and, people are like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm at work. But what do you do for work? Look, listen, I'm a computer nerd. Okay, just calm down. But I need to do this work, but I also need to listen to Sir. So it was quite fun. Yeah, us computer geeks and nerds, we need to band together because, oftentimes we were ridiculed, we were pushed back, we were made fun of, and spaces like this makes us all, I think, feel welcome and makes us feel at home. And so thank you for that, sir. I do appreciate that very much. That's
Yeah,
all I'd
thanks. I
like to
really
say.
appreciate all of that. The as far as like quirks, right? I think the thing that stands out the most to me, both about the in flesh friendships I've had, as well as the kind of virtual community sort of spaces like this that I've been in, people who are comfortable around me and can put up with me are worth their weight in gold. I mean, it's not to everyone's taste, and that's fine. I don't feel I need to be, but at the same time, I don't feel a need or desire to force myself into spaces where I'm not really appreciated, or in the sense of like, you're not good enough, not social enough, not whatever. Like you're not our kind of person, like, okay, fine, fuck it. Why would I want to be here? Cool, enjoy your
Mm-hmm.
party, have a great day.
Yes.
And I'm comfortable going
Yes.
home. But finding spaces where people are actually comfortable around you, that's great.
Yes. Yes. I've also found that, like Sir said, I would rather be alone than feel unwanted. And so I gravitate towards people that make you feel, that your abnormalities, as it were normal, and that you fit in here, and that it's
Yeah,
okay. And that's why I love this. This is okay because honestly, you know, y- when you're just a little bit too open-minded and a little bit too cosmopolitan, a little bit too much of everything, i- you're too much of anything to fit in anywhere,
right.
and that's a bit difficult. When
Yep.
you're too open-minded and you're too giving and you're too everything, then it's like people who are a bit close-minded, they judge you for being too much. And so I find that I'd rather just be by myself because it's being an empath, you feel people before they even open their mouths. Even in a social media setting like this, as soon as somebody types the first word, you feel them before you even need to say anything else, and it's like, step back. It's okay, So, but that's why I say this is very welcoming, and so now I've had enough to say, and I will say no more, and I will now listen to the knowledge. Thank you so much.
Well,
Thank you, sir.
yeah, I'm not sure where we're going today. I mean, especially since I don't have as much time, and I don't know if everyone is here that wanted to do that yesterday. If we wanted to try and talk about the, I don't know, communication or whatever issues that have been discussed, or if we wanted to do that next week, I really don't know. And oh, a cat paw! Look at that. So
Sometimes I think just sitting about like this, and and just sharing company is good enough. It's as valuable as sharing knowledge.
okay.
I
I so
think. I
appreciate
don't
you.
know.
Oh, I,
Oh, a coral.
I didn't.
Look at the jelly.
I didn't mean to cut you
To
off.
the
I
cat,
so appreciate you, and I appreciate um, everyone in here. So, um, yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Yes. I don't know. I'm that crazy Muslim person who enjoys Buddhism, enjoys meditation. I would look into the parts of Judaism that's useful to me so that I can find commonality in someone instead of finding differences. And I would look at my Sikh friends, and I would look at my other, and I would sit with them and I would learn with them, and I would go to church with people and like, what? That's not allowed. I'm like, why is it not allowed? to,
Right.
to,
Why
to
wouldn't it be?
share in your friends' experiences, it's allowed. It's allowed to find common ground, because I think the world has too little of that. We're finding ourselves in this situation because there's too little of that. Too little.
Right. And there are so many
And so
interesting
that's just
connections
where I am.
between the different faith traditions that we don't tend to talk much about. I mean, I've enjoyed some really odd books that have talked about that. Like I've one on like Taoism and Sufism, one on Zen and Hasidism. Like the Jewish part. Like it's
Yes.
yeah, there are.
Yes.
It seems on the surface that the Abrahamic faiths are very different from South Asian and East Asian faiths, but there still are
Yes.
huge overlaps, and I think finding
Yes.
those is just beautiful.
I do. I do think so too. And so that's why I found that online communities can be, people can use any tool to their advantage or their disadvantage. And so many times when ego and lust and all the rest of it steps in, then we start using things at our disadvantage. But when we're there for knowledge and for being open minded, then it doesn't matter what you use, it's going to be to your advantage. So I find that meeting people from different cultures, different races, and so on has only been to my advantage because I've taken the best of them to inculcate in my life. And that's it's been useful that way. So.
Hey, you.
So I think I'm speaking too much though. Anybody
No,
else,
no,
please?
not at all.
I don't know.
I was
Yeah.
listening to your purr. Why did you move? I was enjoying that
I feel like
purr.
that's a perfect lead in. Moist, Nat, Woken Show. Like, I think it also is, it feels, Liam and I will talk about this, and some of us can talk about this privately too. Like, if we're having a discussion, without kind of moderating someone who's on the panel, kind of, chirping in, and like I said, like parenting, it's very different when we're with friends and then we're moderating what's happening. So we'll kind of get all of these things and get the support that Liam needs, like for those who were here,
Yes.
for those who are listening to, like tap, share the live, unless you're in the panel, but share this
Mm-hmm.
out to everyone. I don't know if Be Blessed is here, if someone can share it out to all of our peeps. Um, but yeah, like that's part of this vision too, is to try to get Liam some of the support that he, like I know I want to know all of his projects, and like what are, oh, I'm gonna come back on camera. Like what are the places that like we can support? Like we all really
Yes.
appreciate him and want to make sure that more of these very compassionate and intelligent conversations are being had. So that's also part of this. So like really patience as we're getting all of these things put together. But yeah, I appreciate like all of our friends here. But yeah, like pop in.
Yes.
I'm getting settled.
Yeah, I
I
definitely
was
like the way
also
this is
thinking
evolving.
that, yes, I do feel that, with her making all the contacts and with your life going in a certain direction and you don't quite know where it's going yet, but you know that there's a plan and you're just following it, so as it evolves, you need to make record of things and you need to be databasing things. And so I don't know, just maybe I'd like to offer my services in that way, whereby, any contacts that you make, any little plans that you have, to put it in a database and say at a click of a button, oh, have I done this already? Or, where could I combine this thought and that thought and that thought and see what that brings up? Databasing and a collaboration, like a databasing and collaboration program. Maybe I could help with that because
Yeah,
computers and IT and programming is being a nerd, my forte. Just
right on.
I'm
Yeah.
a nerd, so I'm a nerd. I don't know.
No, that's it. It's great. It's great. I I've always appreciated it. I there's a there's a very small part of me that still misses some IT work. It just wasn't. Uh, it wasn't. I guess the sort of spiritual or emotional fulfillment I get out of education. So there's something about. I mean, even though it's stressful, like being in the classroom and talking to the students and seeing the light bulbs go off in their heads as we're, making connections between different things. There's something about that just makes me want to get up in the morning. Where with
Yes.
IT work, I enjoyed the challenges. How do I make this computer talk to that computer? How do I replace this thing in the
Yes.
most cost-effective way? You know, remember, there's a lot of technical challenges I enjoyed, but they didn't touch me on an emotional level. They satisfied me my curiosity. Can I do this?
Yes.
Can I make this work? Um,
Yes.
and I give myself challenges like that by default anyway. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, as a career, it didn't touch me the same way. But a small part of me still misses it because I really liked the technical challenges. I got to do some really fun stuff for a while. I mean, there was the the last the last full time place I was at. So this is end of the 1990s, and heading toward that .com bubble bursting. When the job market went all to shit. That's actually how I jumped into college. Was the job market was so bad when that company shut down because the investors in New York pulled out, and basically scrapped our project. It was a small aerospace company. Um, so I was like one of the last three employees closing things out, selling the stuff off. But it was a huge
Mm-hmm.
factory plant thing that we'd set up, and there was a bunch of computers out on the shop floor for all the techs who were like
Mm-hmm.
building this aircraft. And of course, computers out there, they're going to collect all kinds of shit. Bits of like dust and carbon and dirt and things like going into there. So they were always breaking down. Um, so I just walked in with an interesting proposal. Let me take the oldest, shittiest computers you've got and make them into terminals. And I basically turned
Oh
them
my God,
into
that's what I
the
do.
dumb terminals running off of running off of
Yes.
Citrix. So um,
Yes.
and I did it with like so it is usually like really shitty old machines, and I used literally an old floppy drive, and I put it inside the case so they couldn't take the disk out. And the floppy disk only had on it in its little 1 meg thing a script, a Linux boot script to start up the OS on the server side. So it was like a little
Yep.
tiny Linux terminal made out of an old PC. And I just scattered
Yes.
these things all over the shop floor. And whenever something went wrong, if there was a problem, it wasn't working for somebody, I just walked out with an extra one, plugged it in, and they just went right back to work because their session was on the server. That was fun. Like building
Yes.
those, coming up with a way to do that. That was a lot of fun. Um,
Yes.
but at the same time, it didn't give me the kind of the buzz or emotional fulfillment that let me go to sleep happily at night. I sleep better now than I
Yeah.
did.
I think for me, like Annie asked in the question, a question down in the comments, she asked, I think it was directed at Sir, that it said, what motivated you towards teaching? And for myself personally, and maybe it's the same for Sir, and maybe it's different. I think that, teaching is not a profession that you naturally, people can choose professions, but I think teaching is a profession definitely that it chooses you. You don't choose it, it chooses you. And so for me, that was the case. And I don't know the same for Sir. Maybe Sir can elaborate on that.
Hey, Fluffball. Nobody wants to see your butt.
Hi, everyone. Can I jump in for a minute?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know how many followers you need to be a mod, but I'm also to try to contribute. Love and appreciate you, William, very much. I'm sure I'm gonna, try to hire you at some point for more in-depth help. But Dharma Soul, the tech savvy person, they just want to tell you, I don't know if you found the name Paul Biggar. He created Tech for Pali. The website is, you familiar with the website?
Oh, I would love to follow him. I would follow him. I don't know about him. Maybe we can put his tag him in the comments.
Okay, he's not on here. He's like some kind of guy, pretty middle shelf in a Silicon Valley. Like he has like company for $1 billion, but he created a project, and I just came across on YouTube because I, like everyone else, binge watch everything. And he kind of woke up after October 7 and created a website called techforpalestine.org. So if you want to check out and see what the project is about, and this is going to be, help for Gaza and everything. So if you into it and would like to just check out, they have some group on Discord. I'm not tech savvy, and I'm on so many websites that I didn't bother, but I collect the info just to pass along.
Thank you very much. I would love that.
Thank you. I'll follow you too. I love this community with you guys. If I jump the line, I apologize, but I have a quick question. So let me just shoot at you. And at the same time, I want to spread the word that there is the case going on against Biden that was submitted by Center for Constitutional Rights, and the hearing is live on Friday 26. If you could just go and register. And that is in federal court, submitted in California. The hearing going to be Friday, January 26th, 10:30 Liam's time. And my question to you, Liam, is what can be expected from this? What do you think? If you had a chance to look into it,
From what I know of it, I will be surprised if it's not just thrown out, but I'll be happy if it isn't. So for me, it's one of those wait and see kind of things.
Well, it's okay, because of course the Biden administration submitted the motion to dismiss, and the court did not dismiss.
Right. So. Yeah. But once you're in and they start submitting, the material, cases can be dismissed at any point once you've done that, But they didn't a summary motion to dismiss, like before it got to that point, they denied. But what they'll have to review first is whether or not there's sufficient standing for the case, and that I think is the most difficult part of something like this, is whether or not there's actual legal standing in pursuing something like. So I don't know, but I'll be very happy to see it proceed, and it'll be interesting because it's so rare to actually have the courts intervene at all against a sitting administration. It's just not typical. And there are a lot of people who argue that it's not even, that it's, I don't know, that in situations like this, you really can't when it has to do with, foreign affairs or whatever. But it'll be interesting to see. I really hope it proceeds, because it could, if it does, it could set some really interesting precedents for a future that could really help us with another, Trump administration or something too,
Yeah, when I was, typing a question to you or thinking, I feel like at this point, the government, and not only but European governments, they really behave like clowns. And we are in uncharted territories. That's why the predictions are just, we have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. So much of this is relatively unprecedented. So it's interesting to see how some of it can play out. And it makes it harder to predict. There's still a lot of things that you can, and in a lot of circumstances, I've had relatively good luck in, predicting the outcome of elections and major court cases and shit like this internationally. But things are getting really weird And the weirder they get, the harder that gets. So I tend to slow down a little bit and watch longer before I actually guess one way or the other what'll happen with things. And in some places, I'm just comfortable saying, well, let's just see what happens, because no one's done anything like this shit before. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I did that a lot with some of the shit that Trump pulled in his first administration, because he pulled a number of things that I never would have expected somebody could have done. Like putting federal troops on the streets, like, holy shit. And he got away with it. Some of the things that he got away with are a really bad sign for where we can go. So it's but just how new so many of these things have been in recent years, it does make it harder. So I'm a little slower to.
Yeah, I realize, because my questions to you, about the book that Dennis Fritz or something, they come from the place that I was not interested at all in American politics. So it was more like, oh, do you have experience according to American experience, how it is? But that's what I just realized, that we are really in a twilight zone. So
Yeah.
appreciate your recommendation of the Public Front, and
You found them.
Yes, I actually subscribe.
Cool.
Pretty cool. And I recommend to you guys the Democracy Now! Posted today interview with the first consciously rejecting military draft boy, 18-year-old Israeli boy, speaking out. So he's refusing the draft. He's sentenced to 1 month. He come out, he gets another draft, he's sentenced to another month, that it can go on for a while. So interesting interview to watch, Democracy Now! But according to the lady running, I forgot the name, that's the first one, but definitely speaking out.
Is that Amy Goodman?
Yes, Amy Goodman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she's been excellent for a long time.
Well, I know her since October 7th, so I didn't know this world existed.
Yeah. It's interesting when you, because I don't watch a lot of. I mean, I don't like television news. It's basically just corporate schlock. It's garbage. But there are people that you do end up encountering and seeing in different places, and I have followed her and a lot of the public broadcasting stuff for a long time. And it's been interesting. It's like a way to see that I'm getting older, because I've been watching her age for decades now. And like, holy shit. I mean, wow, I must be God damn, I'm getting old. What happened to Amy Goodman? Because, yeah, I mean, God, I was listening to her on like Pacifica Radio in the 90s, so.
Well, my daughter doesn't know what is Fox or CNN, because I have no TV and I don't watch it. The problem is, I knew they lying, but I didn't know there's so much to know that I have to know. I didn't know. And I didn't have an American tell me, hey, dig into this because that's important, right? So I just shut out of politics because, yeah. So that's why I didn't.
Yeah, television is terrible. And as we were talking about yesterday, for newspapers, you have to read a lot of them to actually figure out what the fuck is going on, because they're all going to leave out different things. And the news is even worse, because it's consciously pitched as entertainment. It has to be flashy and pretty and emotionally engaging. It has to like shock and draw people in, because the goal is to make money for the advertisers, and that's it. So it's generally garbage. I mean, I think it's really telling for where this country is going that there have been academic studies showing that people who watch Fox News regularly know less about the world than people who consume zero news at all. Not newspapers, not television, nothing. Like literally no news at all, and you are in better shape than a Fox News viewer. And it's even worse for, the more fashy ones, your Newsmax and OAN kind of crap. I mean, holy shit! I can't wait to see the studies on those, because the pieces that I've seen, the little clips from it, it's like, what the fuck is this? It's like I'm listening to fucking Joseph Goebbels. So we're the fact that most people have been getting news from television for a long time is really worrisome.
Yeah. I just realized also, like last year I was talking to a friend who is into conspiracy theories a lot, and I'm like, you know what? I might have as well taken everything he said. The worst thing would be that, I thought the Earth is flat. But you know what? That probably would be the least dangerous information at this point, or misinformation. I mean, okay, so I'm just gonna finish off with this. I hope, Liam, and what are we seeing and witnessing is a change of a paradigm, and we creating new celebrities like you, because we're jumping from rooms to rooms, and it's like, hey, I've been on Liam's, yeah, go to Liam's, like, oh, yeah, we've been on Eric's live, so we kind of the same crowd, having those live events, and so I appreciate you very much.
It would be. It's honestly like there's something remarkably weird about the world that we're living in that even makes sense, because it's all this. It's honestly the same thing that I enjoyed about. I mean, on some level, and it wasn't intentional, but on some level, I kind of almost feel like I was trolling the entire political world by trying to be a politician for a while, because I walked into it with like my beard was considerably longer at the time and worn in like Viking braids. My hair was still down my back, I never wore a suit the entire time. I cursed, I was just me, my typical stumbling, bumbling autistic self, and it worked somehow. And I still don't know why, but that was one of the reasons I've been seeing changes in what people want in a lot of ways. There's been a lot of shifts, I think, in popular opinion. And like, my mother's and grandparents' generation would be like, you have to be clean shaven and whatever, put on your nice suit. I don't think that that's what people care about anymore. And it's been interesting to see how some of those shifts really play out, in the world.
Men win.
Honestly, yeah.
We associate with cheaters and liars, and it's kind of the suit is not, or people with insurance that actually are poor and just try to make up with their suit.
Yeah, and the whole like when they teach you to like never point, so you're like this, when they're talking, like so Obama's always doing this shit, and then Bernie's up here going like, and I'm like, yeah, that's great. I mean, if he can do that, I'll take a shot at it. It's really kind of astonishing. So yeah, I honestly, I'm still on some level kind of tripped out and surprised by it, but if you'll find this works for you, then great. I'm happy to chat with you. This is fun.
It's an amazing experience, and yeah, I still cannot wrap my brain around that it's on the app for Chinese app for dancing kids, basically.
Yes, exactly.
You get the best information from.
I had people pointing it out for a long time, and all it was a bunch of like people wiggling around and some weird. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna like look at a bunch of like weird ass. What was the word for that? Shit. Oh, there's a word for that. I people describing all these dancing girls on this app. Oh well, I can remember, but it's like I'm not here for this. What I got no attention to this. So it took me years to even bother putting this thing on here. And Dominic actually tried for 3 years straight before I came on and did something.
Yes, I was surprised. I actually did. I'm part of the Toastmasters, and I did a speech, and it was right now my 100% content is just on Palestine. But before I learned about beekeeping and like so many very powerful and useful information that people were putting out, that it blew my mind. But thank you. I appreciate the time with you, and you can drop me, guys, whoever's modifying, and involve me. I'm here to help, and I'll be in the background. I appreciate very much.
Yeah, somebody else saw the same thing, like the default interest. Yeah, I don't know why that was the first thing that I kept seeing when I opened up the app. If that's the first shit they're showing, that it gives you the sense that all this app is a bunch of like teenagers wiggling around. And cool, I've got better things to do. But yeah, Dominic was pushing me from like 2020 on and to get into TikTok and start recording a bunch of TikToks and doing things. And I just, I can't do. I'm not going to learn all this shit and do videos. Who's going to want to like listen to this hairy weirdo ranting for like 1 minute long videos. I mean, what can I do in 1 minute anyway? So
I just remembered last year, thanks to TikTok, I was making up the history of Iran, and I was very involved in trying to help and boost the voices of the Iranian, the Masa Amini movement, but they disappeared. I cannot find nobody to give me an update what's going on there.
yeah, I haven't heard about that recently either.
They disappeared, and now it was around the same time. Last year was September, this year October. I'm like, okay, so every year I'm gonna be learning another history. It was like
You get sucked into something new every time. What will we be talking about next year? Like what? But I mean, there's so many things going on in the world at any given time that it's a grab bag. It still astonishes me that some things have just gone almost entirely unremarked. I mean, the conclusion of the Nagorno-Karabakh war, and there's nothing. It's like a page 3 story. There's no big movement around. Nobody seems to care. There's so many things like that we just don't have enough time. So there's always going to be something that's going to get us interested, I think, though.
Well, the hope is that maybe Palestine will free all indigenous people. let's try a blanket movement.
Yeah, honestly, if an issue like this can be solved, if some kind of resolution can be found here, I think that would give a tremendous shot of hope to people around the world. In the same way that the Tunisian uprising sparked the whole rest of the Arab uprisings from 2011. The fact that Ben Ali left, like he left, what the hell? Like it's possible, like the wall of fear broke down, and suddenly people were in the streets everywhere. And it didn't work out terribly well in most places, but it's not like it's totally ended either. People are still trying to organize. People are still trying to prepare for things and still trying. There's still a lot we can do. And if something like this we really can make some progress in the Israel-Palestine issue, yeah, I think it'll really give a big shot in the arm to tons of liberation movements around the world.
Okay.
Oh, oh man, I was reading something and then it disappeared.
Yeah, I want to say for the chat, like, let's keep it like pew pew. Like, there's certain G side, like maybe we could, say for some of the mod stuff, like some of the flagged words. We just want to.
What was the one that disappeared? I mean, it's something about Aliyev ratcheting, and then I didn't get the rest of it.
Yeah, I was talking about ratcheting with GUNs. If you can retype that. Oh, they can retype it in, I think, 5 minutes.
And leave out a word that was problematic?
Yeah, if you wanna figure out how to say that, like we want to welcome all,
right.
Like we want to welcome and have these conversations, but we also need to protect it. So like it's gonna be learning as we're getting on here. So like friend down there, if you can try to retype that. So, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a real balancing act, but it's something I'm at least getting more used to as an idea, because I used to just reflexively reject the idea of having to alter or moderate language. Like, this is the way to say it. What are you talking about? Like, this is just logical. Why can we not say it this way? The idea of having to adopt entirely different words, different basic vocabulary is just so confusing and alien. But I'm selling it to myself with the fact that we can actually have conversations and we can understand each other, and there's value in having those kind of conversations. So if I can just put up with that, then great, but that used to be a lot harder for me. I mean, honestly, the level of censorship and terminology on TikTok right now, if you had pitched this to me a few years ago, I wouldn't have done it. So I've gotten a little more tolerant about things like that, but it's hard. So if anybody else struggles with picking the right words, sometimes I hear you. It's
Yeah.
weird.
And I want to say that's hard for me too, because like I value autonomy as highest value. And so like it's really hard. I don't want to we don't want to silence voices, but we want to understand what conversations we're having and where we're having them. And that this is slightly different because like careers are, this is different. So we want to just like recognize the nuances. And the
Right.
internet's not the greatest place for nuances, and we're having like nuance within nuance within nuance.
Right.
So like we're just, forgive us as we're learning, and we'll all figure this out. And Nat, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have something? I'm sorry.
No,
And
you're
everyone can chat.
the worst. Like I never like know when to jump in, that I like jump in mid sentence. But no, just is neurodivergence. But no, they're actually I don't have Supermod, but there is actually a way to enter certain terms and have them so if they're typed in the comments, it like mutes that specific comment. It doesn't mute the person, it just mutes the comment. So like if you have like terms that are clearly not okay for people to say on here, you can put them in a like list and it will just automatically mute the comment. And it'll let the user know because
Ah,
of certain terms.
I was just going to ask if it
Yeah.
lets them know, or
It
if they just have
does.
to watch to see if their comment didn't show up.
Yeah, like and like you'll see people ask like if you're on lives with those things. Like yeah, it's like a filtering and yeah, it'll say like you're like it was filtered. And I mean people can ask and then like I mean obviously in the like if they can put two and two together, oh probably like grape isn't good to say in a chat. Like so yeah, like that's just yeah.
Uh,
Totally. And that's something that we will talk about, and
wow.
we'll figure all of that, all those pieces out and communicate them. So I just love how this is like organically evolving, and I appreciate y'all. I don't want to center, but I appreciate y'all. I think let's go ahead. Nat, is there anything that you want to, any other of that? And then we can just probably go down the line and kind of get started and talk about what
Yeah.
topics.
I wonder if there's a
Um
way for it to do substitutions. Wouldn't that be neat? Instead of
that
just
would be cool,
instead of
yeah.
just muting it, like if it would turn,
Oh,
something
right.
Yeah.
into
Like
like
find
grape
and
or
replace.
yeah, like
Find and
a
That's where you
replace
gotta
done
email
in my
TikTok.
dissertation with pew pew. Like TikTok's over here making me talk
right,
like
yeah,
a
because I've done
2-year-old.
that scripting on like
Oh, sorry, just
on webs on Webfora, but
I'm sure you could get a whole job here at TikTok doing that.
whenever
Create your
somebody could
entire own
whenever
department.
somebody has a tool they've added to TikTok that'll do something like that, because
find and
it wouldn't be
replace.
it's not difficult to code in.
But yeah, no,
Yeah.
I won't be long. I do have to like go in a second, but like there were just a couple things. And then like I know like earlier, Liam, you said like talking again about like communication maybe next week. I would love to do that because I just do think it's so like inherently important to like just the topics at hand and everything. And then I did like I jumped in like when I first came here, like when Annie was up. Annie, you're awesome. And like I just I think like yeah, like you've created like such a I just do want to applaud you, like you've created such a like really good space for people with neurodivergence, especially with the cat there. Really really
I mean,
really
it's her show.
enhances the vibe. Um but no, I think like just going back to what you were saying like originally when you were first talking about it, just like how like yeah, like invite me to a party with like 10 people, I'm gonna like decline the invite, but I'll stay in a room with 1,000 people watching as long as like I'm in my bedroom, I have my cat right here too, and like I can leave, I can drop right now if I want to. And I think like it is hard for like exactly. I think it is hard for people to grasp that. Like I try and talk to people in my family like who aren't neurodivergent and like they'll be like, well, I kind of understand what you're saying, but I wish you could do both. And it's like, okay, well, that's the whole point of being neurodivergent. It's
Yeah.
like, you can't. And I think it honestly, like again, it does tie back to that communication of like I have trouble communicating, but I feel like I've worked very hard on it because I've had to work very hard on it. And I think with other people where it comes very naturally, they haven't had to when they come into these obstacles where they have to like talk to people with neurodivergence, they're like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, it sucks, right? It sucks not knowing what to do. I've experienced it my whole life. Like, so I think being able to like come to a table, is really important. But I did just have one question because I always have one Palestine question, unfortunately, because it just it comes up in like my own family life so much, and I think like again, like I try and like, and again, it comes back to communication and like trying to like understand like other sides. Um, I hear like so much from like a lot of like Jewish people, and I think this is really just like where a lot of like propaganda and stuff comes into it. Just not one, like I'm a huge supporter of the one state. I just think it makes the most sense. It is like what Palestinian people want. Um, and I see like the biggest proponent is a lot of Jewish people are like fearful that like after that it just means no Jews at the end like of the day. And I guess like how would you communicate, like I don't know, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that and like how you would communicate um to somebody about that.
That a peace deal doesn't mean no Jews.
Literally yes, like I don't like
Um,
I can understand fear of like just like religion taking over a state, but I don't understand that.
ask them if there are Jews in France. France is a nation state for quote unquote French people that has Jews in it, right? Why couldn't Jews live anywhere? The special thing about this one, and the way I usually tend to talk about a one state, is suggesting to alleviate those fears for the Israeli population and worldwide Jewry is to say, let's build a formal constitutional framework that locks in both names for the country, two flags for the country, locks in the different languages, says that like the weekend is Friday and Saturday, so that Jews can feel protected and safe. But then make sure that that constitution is like every other fucking country in the world where you have equal rights for all people and you don't have that ethnocratic aspect. So it would still be Palestine. As far as Palestinians are concerned, it wouldn't matter, because you wouldn't be a minority dominated by somebody else. It would just be a country like France or the US. So I would just say, like, there's no reason to feel that people should be chased out, because realistically, that's harder to do in the contemporary world, and any kind of peace solution here shouldn't follow, going back again to the Nagorno-Karabakh issue, it shouldn't involve that kind of flight. We want to learn from those lessons. That's why I wish it was talked about more, because honestly, the flight of populations in the wake of conflicts has happened over and over for centuries, and I really would have hoped we'd learned from it. If we're going to resolve an issue, though, with millions of people, that at least a couple 100,000. You're talking millions here. There's no way that's going to happen. It would just not be, no one would actually ever sign that deal.
Yeah.
So I'd say if you're going to get people to the table to sign a deal, it has to be one that actually protects that population.
Totally. No, I agree. I just, again, going back to like the communication thing is like just trying to find different ways for different people. Like I've worked in the teaching field before, and I think like meeting someone where they're at and like knowing how they learn really helps. But I think there's such a disconnect.
Yeah, I've had conversations with people like this that are like, okay, I'm fine with a two-state, but I can't do this one-state idea. That's terrifying. And I've talked to them about a constitutional framework for it. And then the only big objection I ever get is like, well, constitutions can be changed. What if there's a whole lot more Palestinians and they change the constitution? Like, you can make constitutions very difficult to change, right? I mean, the U.S. Constitution is astonishingly difficult to change. So you make it even harder. You lock certain things in. You can say this is unchangeable, and that's been that way in a whole bunch. One of the biggest problems with the CSA, and one of the reasons I'm really, really furious about people constantly posting the little Dixie swastika, whatever, around in places, is like that the CSA's constitution literally forbid any future government from abolishing slavery. You would have had to like replace the constitution and create a new country. They built it in such that it would be impossible to change. You can do that legally, because that's the basis for a new country, is the Constitution, right? Build a Constitution that says you cannot remove this protected status, that people have a right to live here, they just don't have a right to oppress anybody else, but it is a protected status, so people could still feel, cool, it's a Jewish state, but it's not a Jewish ethnocracy, and it's also a Palestinian state.
Yeah. All right, yeah, no, like everything you say makes sense. I guess last question real quick. You said you record these lives. Do you post them somewhere?
Yeah, the one from yesterday is currently uploading to YouTube. It's like 30% through. It takes
Oh, nice.
forever to
Okay.
do because the download from yesterday is like 27 gig. They're humongous, so it takes
Okay.
a while.
Is your YouTube just your name?
Um, I think you can easily find it by my name, but it's Office Hours
Okay.
with the Mad Professor.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
You know, a
Um.
friend named it years ago, and I ran with it.
No, I love it. But yeah, I do have to hop off. I sincerely appreciate you, everything you do, Erica, you as well. Everyone on the panel. This cat especially.
Oh,
Um,
my little
Minerva,
woman war goddess.
Chewbacca says hello. My cat chews on vents and runs around. So you have a
Yeah.
very chill cat. But
uh, she's chill now. She was a spaz when she was younger. She's about
yeah,
she's got to be about close to 14 now. So yeah,
I gotta wait a couple years.
yeah. You gotta wait
Um,
a little while. She would turbo around the room, knocking shit over. Jumping in your face. I mean, just a spaz.
all right, well, I won't take up any more time. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, we'll chat more. So have a great night.
Whoever's modding, it's better for the live if you drop us instead of me dropping. So you can drop me as well, and I'll be in the
I
back.
think some of that is for if we can drop that's fine. There's some other things like I want to focus more on preventing harm and the space that we're building. I know that the algorithm is super important to also, or the algo is important to pay attention to too also. But there's yeah, I think I'm personally fine dropping or you just dropping. And yeah, appreciate everyone. Moist, do you want to go ahead and go and
Um,
Soul?
Yeah, my question was more about yesterday's discussion on communication. But to be honest, I love the flow. So if you want to just keep going, I
Yeah, I
prefer.
mean, if you want to raise a question on it, it's cool, but I think it might make sense just because I'll have a lot more time and we can actually plan it and I can put up a post telling people we want to have a themed conversation. I think like I did when we talked about gender and sex one day, where we can put one up saying we want. I don't know if Eric, maybe you can send me some language on it that might be appropriate, like how I would describe that, and then I can put up a little video talking about it for next week.
Yeah, I like that.
That way we can bring in people that genuinely care about that topic and create like a nice roundtable discussion on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of really, and I think that that can be something that we can discuss as this evolves of like, there's certain creators that are really, really great at that. We can schedule, we can ask and invite them to come into this space and it be, like there's a lot of different ways that we can, I think that's what's really beautiful is that like we get Liam and us and as this is evolving, we get to decide. And so my yeah, like thank you for being patient and Moist. If there's just go for it. You, I'll do you, and we'll let some more people up. And I don't know if this flow feels good for
um,
everyone or if there's a particular topic. I know Liam, there's some people in the comments that are asking about Lebanon. I am not completely up to date, so I would have to take a moment and so yeah, but
It'll
that is
depend on what it
something I can
is.
kind of
I'm not sure I am either. I haven't had much
yeah,
time the last couple of days to look at everything.
there's some current events that happened in Lebanon
Oh, then
today, or
I'm
happened
I'm
with
not have seen
Lebanon.
because I've had my I'm doing a
So
job fair thing in LA tomorrow, so I had to spend time like updating my CV because it's been years since
yep,
I've done that and printing crap out, and I'm still trying to finish that chapter. So yeah,
yep.
I've had
We'll
my
put a pen.
head caught up
We'll
in
put
that.
a pen in that. Like chat. Let's talk about it. Let's have more discussions. And like we're getting up to date. We're
okay.
humans and busy lives and real jobs and all the things. So
Yes.
Moist,
So,
I
What are you doing?
um, it,
Yeah, no, I'm good. Go for it, Dharma.
oh no, sorry. I just wanted to say something and right after I will drop because it's really early in the morning now, 2:45 in the morning. So I would just really I was thinking about something, the way that Sir does Sir's videos. You post them to YouTube, and then sometimes during the live, you also, you suggest books that deals with certain topics that we bring up and such. And I was thinking to myself, wouldn't it be interesting to sort of build up a database that is like online that says this particular video was on this particular talk, and these are the books that coincides with that talk, and these are the newspaper articles that were referred to, and this is the part of history that was discussed. And so we can bring up links from, like, past articles that deals with that was discussed in that particular video, so that if anybody ever wanted to go into a debate and discuss an issue, that they'd actually have the tools and the research that went along with it,
Interesting.
as well as anecdotal sort of, so yeah, to if I were to take a YouTube video of yours and say, these are the articles, these are the books that were suggested by Professor Liam and others, and this is what was discussed. And so we take little inserts to say, this was the quote that referred to this and this and this, just something. That's something that, for me to get a lot of information just at a click of a button.
Yeah, that
I find that to be very useful.
I do too. And honestly, I'll pair it with something else that would be interesting if we ever found time with it, because there are so many topics that come up in these, but the videos are often humongously long, and then they go from topic to topic. But for an hour or so straight, we're talking about the same thing maybe, and if that could be excerpted as a separate video, and then titled appropriately with the right kind of tags or whatever, so people could find it, and then
Yes.
and then with videos like that, as well as like the short videos I do, I mean, for any of the short ones on there, if you think that they're valuable and want to put them in a database, I can give you like a short bibliography,
Yes.
figure out
Yes.
like, okay, so these
Yes.
are some good references that might go along for this topic.
Yes.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that'd be
Because
interesting.
because see, Mansoor Shoman, he does like 2-3 minute videos, and then he has like this long WhatsApp message that goes with it. So then I would take those, and I would make them into a 30-second video to say, this is the visual, these are the important points that goes with it, and this is the link to the rest of the video. So we post them out like that, so that they go out faster, and people, it catches people's interest quicker, because your attention span is really just 20-30 seconds, to be
Yeah,
honest.
right.
So if something piques your interest, you go like, that's what I was looking for. Let me go and click on that. So I find that to be useful. So maybe if I'm just
Sure.
offering my services there, I could help with that. Maybe.
Yeah, and honestly, we can.
Just maybe.
I'll add another thing on there just to think about, and then maybe we can have like a big conversation of this through the Discord or something later. But I have been thinking for years about putting a website back together. A nice little dynamic PHP type based site that I can put tons of content in. And what I've wanted to do for a long time is do something like, if anyone's familiar with like Coursera or things like that, where there's like free courses, people can go online and or cheap courses. So if somebody pays like $100, but it's basically like a college level course, and you're not going to college, you don't get the credits, but you get the same information, right? I could literally record versions of the lectures for all of my courses, put the materials together, different readings and assignments, put stuff up on a website, and it's like, as long as it's cheap, people might actually do it, and if if something like that got going, even with relatively inexpensive ones, if there's a little bit of passive income, it means I might be able to take one or two less classes a semester, which could help a lot with writing. So it's an idea I've wanted to do for years, but the amount of work it would take to put the site together that's what's daunting time-wise. I mean, just editing videos alone, doing the video, I can do that, but that takes a lot of time already. Putting the materials together takes a lot of time. Add in all the coding for the website and all the e-commerce aspects of it. I just keep putting it off year after year.
Who are you talking to right now? I'm here to help.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe let's get some geeks together and talk about it. Maybe we can like distribute labor and share it together, and we'll come up with a way to do it. And if something like that were to take off and actually make any money on it, we could share it out to the people that helped build the thing too.
Well,
yeah, Liam. I mean,
I'm just here for the help.
Oh, come on!
I love it.
I'm pinko kami scum though. Come on, you gotta. There's a mutual aid aspect here.
Yes, well, so I just that was my suggestion, and I think that other people can come up to the panel now, because I've been here since the start, and I don't want to hog the time.
No, but thank you for raising that
Thank you,
because I
Sarah.
hadn't thought about it for a few months. But yeah, that comes up perennially as an idea for me. Like, is putting together some kind of like broader site for
Mm-hmm.
public education, which is kind of what this is after all. Like the office hours is kind of like
Yes.
so putting together a website to go with this that then front ends all the
Yes.
different videos and can have like a
Yes.
list of the readings that can go with it, and then whole courses.
Yes.
So if you're interested in this 30-second video that he did on this topic, maybe check out this
Yes.
class that he teaches on the subject. And so
Yes. I'm gonna
yeah, it
stop
might be
saying
fun.
yes now. That's so nerdy. Yes. Oh, good. There I go again.
Okay, so
Okay.
let's
Thank
chat
you
about
very
that more.
much.
That's
Yes.
exciting.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think
Now,
this,
I'll drop now.
you're welcome to stay where there's not a long
Okay.
line right now.
Okay.
And like, please, for those in the chat, let's like this, let's share it. Like, we are getting everything. Sorry, we're doing like more housekeeping. You're kind of like watching a community build organically real time. And these things take time and like, patience. So, thank you for everyone for understanding this. But I think that I'm so glad that you're talking about that, Dalma, because like crowdsourcing and some of Leanne's projects and like I think that we're getting all of those pieces. So I love that. And like you said, Liam, like I love the idea of getting you some passive income because you are such a treasure and you have a lot of people here who support you. And we just gotta like show them, hey, like this is the way. So right now the best way is through his Patreon. You can subscribe. You can also find him on YouTube. And then yeah, but thank you.
I'm on most of the social apps too. So I mean, I have a big mouth, but I'm not I'm not extroverted. So
Do you have a Discord yet? Have you started one?
I've been on Discord for a long time. I just don't use it as often. So people like try to suck me into different groups. Um, but yeah, I've been involved in it for a long time, and I created a server already for this morning when we were talking about it, just to really set it up to start with. And then if we get the mods in there, then we can start fleshing it out a bit and add things to it. But yeah, I'm totally fine with something like that building up. I won't be able to keep up with it. So I'll just warn anybody, like, I'm not going to be able to read every comment that shows up in a Discord server. But if people tag me in things, when I've got a moment, I'll pop it up as I'm walking from class to class and things like that.
Yeah, it's a perfect
Yeah.
place for other people to kind of join together, and all these people that are sitting here saying, hey, we want to help. That gives us a place to chat with each other and figure out how can we get involved and,
Yeah, exactly. So because I know how the permission scheme works for it. You can set up the different levels, so people can have like people who want to like join a team, so to speak, and participate in something. Then you throw them in that group, and then suddenly they're in those chats and have those discussions. And yeah, it's great as an idea. I like it as a platform. It's just hard for me to keep up with a lot of groups that I've been invited into are so busy and people are constantly talking. And then I end up feeling bad about it because I don't bother reading most of what's in there. So I just slowly drift away from from the groups. It's too much to keep up with.
last thing you want is another job.
Well, yeah, I mean, as it is, I spend too much time with all the social apps too, the social media posts, because when I put things up, that takes seconds. But when people, respond, to things, I sometimes want to comment on it and like, okay, oh, sure, yeah, why not? I'll help out. But I have to be careful of getting too sucked into things like that too. So, and Discord is so much more dynamic and there's so many more people talking all at once that it's a lot more time consuming, I found in doing it before, than me interacting with somebody on Twitter is.
Oh, for sure. It could be too much of a good thing.
You're a pain in the butt. Yes, you are. But I love the idea of doing it. And again, you can just tag me in it, and then I can hop into conversations where I can, and but other people can always talk, and yeah, it'd be great.
Yep. And we can figure out what like learning about Dama and learning what Moist Cake has to offer and Soul and like yeah, we're getting there. So Moist, do you have a question or Liam, like is there anything that you need or do you want to do? I know we kind of talked about a topic, but I think if we feel organic, like, you know, we're here on your time. So
Somebody, Discord reminds me of IRC. That's yeah, yeah. I get that. Um, I probably should blow my nose because I've been too close to this cat for too long. But beyond that, I'm fine.
I think I'm liking this organic. How people on the panel or those in the chat, like, should we just keep on
Can I
going
look a
or
minute?
specific question, Moist?
Can I get up? No?
And welcome, Ritz.
Minerva.
How do I say your name?
Oh, Minerva.
So we'll
It,
do Moist, Soul, and then Ritz.
Rhizis means roots in Greek.
Rhesus. Yeah, welcome to the panel. So we'll do
Thank
Moist
you.
and then Soul and then you.
I'm good. Go for it.
Yay,
Okay, so
rhizomes.
Soul, you're up.
Awesome. Sorry, I wasn't close to my phone trying to get to my microphone. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hi. Hi. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Good to see you. Always good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Dharma, yes, I think what you just said is a brilliant idea. And I had, Liam, I don't know if you remember, I had DM'd you about maybe turning your YouTube videos into shorts. And I've been working on one video for 3 days. It is so time consuming. So I love that we could maybe do it as a group, try to kind of, I've been rewatching them and kind of time stamping them, just for specific ideas. But it is labor intensive and time intensive. So I think it would be a great idea if we can all get together and somehow, utilize whatever each one of us can bring to the table and just kind of make it happen. It almost feels like it's a huge project, but it feels like a mini project compared to what we go into Lee's chats and talk about, having to organize and trying to. So if we can do this, we can do that.
Right.
Totally.
And honestly, if we can, if a website builds up and there's a community building around it, you kind of are organizing, because you can add different things into it later for, like, people to maybe organize or meet in their local areas, kind of like they meet in the virtual spaces, but you find out, oh, you're also in my city. Cool. And then people could, like, find ways to contact each other. You can add like discussion fora type things that give people the ability to do that.
Yes.
It might be a way of, like, heading eventually toward, where it's basically the same. We are organizing for the long run.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's great. So question for you. And I know you're going to dedicate a specific day for this conversation, and I certainly don't want to steer it towards that, but I just have a quick question from yesterday. If we're talking about the idea of Zionism and how it evolved over time, so it started as a like racial profiling adopted from the Europeans. And we were saying,
not started,
white,
but
okay.
So it's like that. Okay, so when you were saying starting and evolving over time, I'm thinking of it traditional Zionism first, because traditional Zionism is way before that.
Oh, you're talking like the 1800s.
No, I'm talking like the 5th century, because Zionism's been around for a long time as in terms of, like, an eventual return, like being able to. The redemption, the idea of returning home at some point, that the community's all kept alive. They tied it to a broader communal sense that we have to wait for, a messianic age, and then it'll just sort of happen. We'll be swept up in it rather than people choosing to do it. But the fact that yearning was there meant that people always did trickle in at different times. When some of the Jews that were expelled from Spain and Portugal, after 1492, some of them ended up in Palestine. There's a community in Sfat that's descended from them. There's a bunch of Sephardic Jews there that, got into Kabbalah and all that stuff. Then there was a wave of Hasidim in the 18th century that came, so religious Jews from Eastern Europe. They weren't Zionists in the modern sense at all, but they decided to move because there's always that at least romantic connection to it. But the modern ideology that is what you're talking about, that's distinct from a lot of the previous ones.
So would you say it changed over time?
What was that?
Would you say it changed over time?
It's changed massively. Or rather, what it's done is there's new variants, because all of the old forms still exist. There's still a lot of traditional Zionists out there. and there's secular, ethno-national Zionists, and there's very moderate binational Zionists, and there are religious Zionists who are freaking fundamentalists who want to build a temple and, unalive everybody. I mean, there's a ton of variants of it. It's like it keeps fragmenting. It's like a, spiraling
Right.
out fractal, like we're seeing tons of forms of it. But the basic core idea has been around forever, and then it's just spread off in tons of different directions. And it's changing much more rapidly in the last few centuries than at any previous point, but there's always been variation in it.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense because I think when we're trying to find commonality or common grounds to speak to both sides of the situation, when a 25-year-old Israeli is online and says, "Yes, I'm a Zionist all the way," it could mean, it could mean anything. It could mean I believe in the Jews returning to Israel, or I believe it should be an ethno state, or I believe
Yeah.
it's a spectrum.
I
So
know a lot
maybe
of pro-Palestinian Zionists. So yeah, I mean there's a lot of variation in this, and we tend to forget that. Plenty of people who walk up and say I'm a proud Zionist are probably more likely to be the ethno-national or religious Zionists in these kind of fora because they're looking for a fight. But just in general, I mean, it's hard to judge because plenty of Zionists are pro-Palestinian.
So maybe this is where the disconnect is. So when someone says to someone like me, when someone says I'm a proud pro-Zionist, I don't know what that means. So I don't know what angle to approach it. So I remember when you were talking about how you sometimes would sell ideas like universal health care without using the word,
Right.
socialist, because it's a trigger word. So you steer clear of that, and then it makes sense. So I'm trying to, I guess, find the same way to get to the Zionist conversation and what it means to both sides without using the word.
Yeah, no, that's an intriguing one. And one I think we should probably workshop some ways around because what's tricky about this is that so much of that complexity isn't known even to most Jews, much less ordinary people having conversations online. Because most people who are Zionist think that their form of Zionism is the only form of Zionism because it's the one that they encountered in their social circle or the one that they committed, they committed to at some point. It's what they understand the word to mean. But to somebody else, the word means something else. And that complexity wrapped up in a single word creates some very distinct rhetorical challenges.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a really good one for us to toss around and try to find ways around it. I'm because I'm not sure off the top of my head. What I mean. There's nothing obvious. Where framing universal health care as a tax cut makes sense. I get why that works. I don't know how to deal with a single word that means a ton of. Okay. Here's an analogy. I know a lot of people who still use the term socialist, but a lot of the people I know who call themselves socialists mean very different things. So one of the reasons that it's tricky to use is that socialist could mean a social democrat, like an AOC, but it could also mean like Trotsky. It can mean Che. It can mean like anarchists. It could mean anything. It could mean freaking William Godwin in the 18th century. It has so many different variations that it's almost useless as a descriptor. Zionist is similar in that way, that there's so many variations that have developed over time since the word came about that it's very hard to know how to use it. And my solution of usually avoiding that term doesn't help in this context at all.
No, and it's a very loaded word right now.
Yeah.
I think for both sides, and it feels like we're speaking the same language, but we're not because we keep butting heads. And it got me to thinking that maybe we should find a way to deconstruct what it means over time. Are we talking old Zionism? Are we talking, current modern Zionism? Because like colonialism, we now today know, looking back on that, yeah, that colonialism, bad, that is not good. It doesn't yield good results for society. But if you know, if Zionism from back then is talking about annihilating a people today, when you bridge the two, I'm sure a lot of people on both sides would be able to see, you know, yeah, that's not good. Like being a racist, that's not okay. What kind of world do we want to live in? I guess is the question we should be asking ourselves.
That's an interesting one too. I have found a lot of people have no fucking idea what racist means or use it in very different ways, because there are a handful of different ways it can be used, and then there's some ways people are using it that are just straight up wrong. So a lot of people saying I'm not racist while saying something deeply racist, you know.
Right.
And then there's a lot of things that people say, well, that's racist, and it's not. Like, there's a lot of real confusion over what it actually means.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these terms, because they touch on elements of our personal identity, they become trigger words for us. And if something excites your emotions, you're more likely to dig your heels in, get angry, and not be open to conversation. So it's
right. or get defensive, and then you're not hearing anything.
I have a question just in general then for anybody, for you and for anybody here on one way to do this, right? Because this is the kind of thing that would occur to me that I don't know would actually help. If somebody says, I'm a proud Zionist, do you think that they would respond well to a simple question? Like, so what kind of Zionist are you? And then give them 5 options. You know, you can have it like in a little text file, like just like copy it in, like, and just ask them, you know, or set a macro or something. So it just hit a key and boom, it asks that question. Do you think people would respond to that? I mean, even though it's likely to lead to a conversation, like what do these different ones mean? Because, you know, some 16-year-old Zio kid is probably not going to have no idea what any of them are. But if people would respond well enough to a question that could open it up, because you're not immediately responding antagonistically, you're asking a question, right? If that could work, I could give a short list of the most important variants, and then give you guys like a couple paragraphs for each one that defines them that you can keep offline. We put in the Discord or something, and then you can use that question, and then, you know, you can learn the different forms from the longer list for yourself or that conversation.
Yes, I think that would be great. And for us, I mean, you probably already have deconstructed it in your head, but for me, the layperson, I'm not sure I know how to do that, like historically speaking. So if I'm talking to a 25-year-old Israeli who's saying I'm a proud Zionist, and she's super cute, and like you could tell she's a good person. It's not like you want to equate Zionism with bad, but you know, that's how I read it. And I think, I bet she doesn't even know what it means. And then I try to figure out what it means to me, and I'm not sure I'm right either.
Exactly, yeah, because you don't want to look at some 16-year-old kid on TikTok and think, oh yeah, you're a Yahtzee or something. I mean, but when you say proud Zionist, and we know some Zionists are effectively Yahtzees in their politics, it gets really complicated. So how do we make distinctions? And if you can make those distinctions for people in a way that makes sense to them, it might help them to understand where some of the problems are. That by saying it, they're associating themselves with this stuff as well as what they feel, which I think has helped in some conversations I've had in other topics. And if that as an idea, and I don't know, again, I'd want more people like to share input on whether as a strategy that could work, but I could do the same thing for terms like socialist and racist and nationalist, like ones that people use in different ways, and give a little breakdown, like post lists in the Discord or something that define the major forms of something, and then you have a little question you can ask that instead of starting with an argument, you're like, okay, cool, I hear that you're a Zionist. That's interesting. Which type of Zionist are you? And it might say, "What? Well, I'm just a Zionist. Zionist is Zionist." Like, well, no, it's not. And then you give them a short list, like here's these 4 forms or whatever. Do you know if you're one of these? And it might open up a space where you're having a conversation with them about it.
Yeah, so it puts them in the place where they're teaching you about their ideology, as opposed to you saying your ideology sucks and it's wrong.
Yeah. Instead of saying like you suck, it's like they're telling you what they believe, and at the end of that, you can see what they actually do believe, and maybe they aren't, the terrible person overall. And it can open up a space because they've had a conversation with you. By doing that, they're humanizing you, and maybe it opens up a space for more of that more substantive conversations. And along the way, they're revealing, yeah, I want like gas chambers or something. Then you fuck them. You just block and go on to the next thing. You find out
It's
what
an
kind of
easy
person they
way.
are.
Right, it's a good way to save time too. Just like you said, just kind of filter who is worth having the conversation with and who
Right.
isn't. Okay, I'll pop off. I'm so interested to hear what everybody else, if anyone else has had a similar experience. I'm sure a lot of you guys have.
Yeah, please save that, and let's bring that up next week too. And talk. What is that? Is that like a galaxy?
It's a
That was
galaxy.
cool looking. Does someone know I love the stars? That was great.
You're a star, Liam. You're a star to all of us.
I'm an old stargazer. There's an observatory above Los Angeles that was built back in the 30s or whatever, back when there wasn't a lot of light pollution here, because Los Angeles didn't really start building up until after World War II. And today it's just like an education center. You can take kids there, and there's a bunch of exhibits, and it's not really a working observatory because you can't see much. But a few years ago, they dug out underneath it. They dug into the hill below it to build some lower level rooms. And it's like a 2-story space, and all along this massive, like football field long room is a giant blow up of the Hubble Deep Field photos. So you're looking at countless galaxies. And there's even like little binocular things you can look at that are attached there. And to me, that's a religious experience. Like standing there and staring at that when it's quiet and there's nobody else around. It's just like, holy shit.
Absolutely. It's so humbling with all of this around us and the deep oceans and the things we don't know. No, let's go ahead and pew pew each other over.
Right. Yeah, we're fighting over what color hat somebody wants to wear, like whether you're wearing a scarf, and like what team you like for the. I mean, what the hell? And there's meanwhile there's like 400 billion galaxies of like.
I know, what? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. All right, thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, please. Try to bring it up next week, and then if we get the Discord thing going too, let's talk about this. Because I think I want to see if we can workshop that and see if more people like the idea, and then we can like test it. We can come up with some test. I can come up with little test bits.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's relevant, and I think it's important for both sides, because I think both sides don't know what they're talking about really when it comes to that. Not truly, anyway.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, like having resources. If I might just jump on one of those points, is something that's been coming up a lot for me is like we have to start the journey where we are, not where we want to be. And I think like that's a lot when we're meeting with people. There's one, I was so shocked when I first came on TikTok because there's like the debate, and debates, you don't actually get anywhere with debates. There's debates, which you can use reason and logic, and then discussion, and then hopefully within that we can get to moments of dialogue. And how I have learned about dialogue, or how I understand dialogue, is there are those, the moments when we suspend belief, where we have to have us and the other person that we're encountering the willingness and the capacity to learn, or to say, oh wow, like I was mistaken. And like Liam was saying, like if I were to really accept this new piece of information, it's going to change everything, right? It's like a domino, because if that's going to hit the next one, and that's going to hit the next one, and it's going to, and then all of a sudden my sense of self, right? Like Buddhist, like my MDiv is very heavy in the Buddhist, so that will sneak in a lot here. But like my sense of self is going to crumble, and who would I be if I wasn't, this solid person? And so that is like, it's going right up against, what is so fearful. So I think that within this, we have to learn how to have active listening. We want to, like in my like envisioning, and other like-minded people, it's like prevent harm, but like also yeah, like always be growing. Anyway, I'm kind of going on a little bit.
No, that makes a
yeah,
lot of sense what you're saying.
the active listening, the suspending of the belief, and really accountability. And I think that's part of it too, like seeing the ways like when we can identify when we're being gaslit. Like it's relatively new for human beings to be talking. I'm going to say this, maybe Doc is going to tell me that I'm completely wrong. In my understanding, Doc, if I ever say anything that's wrong, correct me. But in my understanding, it it's relatively new for human beings to be talking about human beings' behavior in the way that we are and like the global interconnected way that we are. So like all of this information is coming up, and within that, I think seeing the ways that when we're being gaslit, we can really identify those manipulation tactics. We can prevent harm to those that we love and to our community. And then we can also see the ways that we gaslight ourselves, right? And like when we come up against whatever is so, so special and close to my heart, the ways that I'm going to avoid, and also like community to be able to look at it and, willingness to go through that. And then also one other thing, because the nuance within the nuance, and then I'll stop talking, is seeing that within these systems that we're talking about, within global capitalism, within patriarchy, within the racial divides, like all of that. So I think that it's really powerful. And I appreciate that. I appreciate and
Yeah,
thank you for
and
letting me monologue. I'm being brave up here, but
no, that's all great. And there have been so many interesting advances in the last couple of decades in psychology, neurology, biology, anthropology, sociology. We understand things to a far greater degree than before. And there's tons of ideas and things that people are beginning to test experimentally that are worth trying to see how they work in the real world, right? You know, actually putting things into practice, like bringing things together from these different disciplines and actually seeing, can they help us to make the world a bit of a better place? But you're right. When you're anything you're talking about that questions someone's basic identity or sense of self, the world in which they grew up, basically, because our sense of self and our identity largely is formed within particular social groups. So within the discursive framework we're in terms of the ideas, but also amongst the people around us, and they all contribute to our sense of self and our identity. So things that make sense there might not make sense outside of that. And if you're trying to criticize something or talk about it in a way that then challenges some of those basic beliefs, that's where people are like, and they have a hard time dealing with that because it literally does not make sense. It's like a beep boop does not compute. It's one of those you just can't process it because it's completely outside of your discursive framework and your natural frame of reference. If we can get better at hopping over those in a sense, like getting through those walls to people, finding the right ways to talk to people who come from a very different background, there's no limit to what we can actually pull off with that because we just don't apply that shit at all in society. It's not in our politics. It's not in our economics. It's nowhere. We just steamroll everybody.
Right.
yeah,
And then
and
you
I
have
think
the people who will say, oh, it's too complicated. I don't want to talk about this issue, or, not bring it up at all, pretend it's not there. Or you have people who are in your face, and then you've got the spectrum, everybody in between. All right, I'll mute
I saw
myself.
somebody.
Otherwise, I'll keep talking.
I didn't catch all of it or what it meant specifically, but there was some reference to Robin Williams and me earlier, and I'm not sure exactly what that means. But being in any way compared to a favorite actor, I'm not sure I know what to do with that because I'm not an actor in any way.
I would guess look alike and the voices you make. I would guess that.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I think it's a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
For most of my life, I've made little sound effects to myself. Like, okay, if I'm, those automatic doors in grocery stores? I'm like a Jedi when I walk up to them, whoosh, I can't resist it. If I'm walking around the room, I'll sometimes meow, I'll still be like a little airplane, like I'm a little kid. Like it's fun. Like it keeps you young mentally. So make, or like there's like there's rain in my glasses, right? So I'm gonna wipe them off. So I make that the windshield like you're wiping
You did that with your nose
windows,
the other day. It's so
you know?
cute.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just fun, you know. It keeps you from growing up. I made a promise myself never to grow up. I've seen too many people that just they lose their sense of play. They become, it's like, I got to go to work. I'm going to come home, and you're so miserable that way that you end up being an alcoholic. And it's just like, I mean, I know so many miserable people.
Yeah.
I'm never going to be that person. If I can't have fun with what I'm doing, then why the fuck am I doing it at all?
Yeah. Yeah, that's inspiring that you're actively aware of that and you actively work against it.
So if that's what they mean, then I'll run with it, because Robin Williams was great. I miss him.
I think so. I think it was a compliment.
Cool. Yeah, if that's
It absolutely was.
that's cool. I don't recall hearing that before. That's really nice. You know, I miss him. He was good.
That was a sad one.
Hi.
Yeah, I'll just add one comment of just to add on that of it's like, do we want to win the argument or do we want to like actually have productive conversation? And what are like we're making these, there's ways that we can engage in dialogue that is productive. But if someone's, especially in these forums, just going to come in mid conversation from the outside, like it's, there's a lot of, people are going to do what people are going to do. Like
Right.
MAGA's going to do what MAGA's going to do. A narcissist is going to do what a narcissist is going to do. But there are people that have the willingness and the capacity. And, I think that those are the people to be focusing on. Liam, I forgot to send you, there was a good news that happened in New Jersey, where the school board decided that 16 and 17-year-olds can vote for the school board. So
Nice.
that is awesome. There's like one more step that has to go before it's like codified or whatever. But 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote for
Mm-hmm.
their own school board. So I'm really hoping that something like that is gonna, spread and get more activism in there. So
Absolutely. There's a number of places where, at more local level, city councils and whatnot, under 18s already can vote, and I love that that's starting to catch on and spread, because it's such an arbitrary figure anyway. At 18 years old, no one is fully mature. I mean, men's brains don't finish maturing until sometime between 25 and 30. I mean, we're fucking stupid in our 20s, like really stupid. I mean, any 20-year-old men in the in the audience know that the women your age are smarter than you. Just keep that in mind, right? It takes a lot longer for this to filter in, but we have 18 and 21 as like just arbitrary numbers. Why? What is the point of any of that? So if there's something that directly affects you, and 16-year-olds are going to be living with global warming for the rest of their fucking lives, and a lot of them are learning better to pay attention to things that are important. For all the flaws in a lot of our education systems, some things are improving, and there's a lot more information at a lot of people's fingertips, and a lot of younger people are better at weeding out the crap. Finding good information that way. So if somebody can be mature enough at 18 to vote, why the hell can't somebody be mature enough at 17 to vote? What's the difference there? I don't want 10-year-olds to vote, but the difference between 16 and 18 is negligible in terms of mental development. It's a much smaller difference than the difference between 18 and 30. So.
yep, that was the reasoning. And hopefully this is a seed and hopefully it will spread like dandelion flowers throughout the rest of the United States and we'll have more
Yeah.
more, more
Heart.
junior and seniors in high school
You know,
voting for
Yeah,
voting for their school board. So
I really hope that
and I
takes off.
think totally, yeah. So like the powerful things. Oh, that was something. And then Rias, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So the Naxian is back, Liam. Naxos is waiting for you. Remember, we were talking about you visiting Naxos, the island of Naxos.
Oh, yeah, right.
So I have a comment that's more of an experience share. So I'm 65. I just finished my first year in retirement. after 42 years in the industry as an engineer. I work for multinational companies. And I can tell you with one word, the experience of 1 year being retired, and that's a detox. I think the feeling of detoxing from the matrix, the realization of what my life was, being embedded in the capitalistic system of P&Ls and how much percentage versus what percentage of last year. I just got hit in the face, and I had art as a hobby, so now I'm like fully dedicated on it.
Great.
And what you see on my what I put as a picture is mine. I'm trying to express through a picture my sentiments regarding what's happening right now. I'm using the olive tree as a representing humanity in that area, and the ages, and I'm sharing that because Greece has a lot of the same, let's say, cultural backgrounds. So I'm giving this for free. Well, free. I mean, I'm on Etsy. It's for €3. Whoever wants the art, just take it, print it, use it. I think an image paints 1,000 words many times. So they're available for free.
That's great. Yeah.
Thank you. Just follow me. You can see many different styles and some Greek stuff, ancient mythological figures, again, with the patterns of the olive tree. So I'm using the patterns of the wood. The way you look at a cloud and you can see a face in the clouds. So I'm using the same type of styling or thinking in terms of wood. So you're looking at the wood patterns and you can see forms inside it.
Cool.
Yeah.
That
So
is
they're
neat.
all black and white ink drawings. So, for example, here, maybe on this one, you can see the detailing.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Reminds me of some like Celtic wooden masks or something.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And, the expression of form. Form and method.
Oh, look at that! Like blended in with the tree that way. That's cool.
Yeah. And when you make it part of the nature, like here.
Yeah.
So
There's
beautiful.
something
How
really
long does
poetic
it
about
take
doing
you
this with
to?
olive trees too. I mean, because
This saved me, guys. Actually saved me. Previous to the conflict, I've done a lot of stuff, and it helped me adjust to a new way of life. Retirement is a shocker for someone who's been working for so many years, usually 12 hours a day, with all the pressures. I was a senior manager, and all of a sudden the button hits and you're stopped. And that's it's like hitting the brakes really, really fast. So I think art kind of saved me in expressing myself. But then now the last 3 months is all of this stuff I've been doing while I've been listening to the news. It was a very, very unique experience. I can tell you every line represents a victim, maybe. And I'm talking about what I'm calling the art against war, art against war, art for peace. No positions, no nothing. This is a mother and a child. She could be anywhere at any time. Okay, a mother and a child. How can you put a nationality to that? How can you define a difference? You know what I mean?
right.
How can you separate it? And like the anguish, I mean, the tree is crying out. The olive tree to us is very unique. It's a sacred, long living tree. It represents many things. You know, Athena had it as one of her symbols,
Mm-hmm.
and it says many things. So even the trees are crying out,
Yeah.
right? And I've, coming to the conversation of the previous one where you're trying to talk to someone who says, I'm a proud Zionist. And to your point, I really like that position of, well, what are you talking about? What kind of Zionist? Which would be very interesting. If you have three definitions or four, and you say, are you A, B, C, or D? Of course, to me as a Greek, I would never ask a fascist who says I'm a proud fascist
Right.
if he's an A, B, or C. I couldn't give a fuck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
But there are fascist Zionists and there are literally communist Zionists. So
exactly.
I mean,
Yes,
you
I
look back
know.
at like the 1920s, activism there. There were a whole lot of communist Zionists that were organizing Palestinians into their labor unions. So
Right,
it it,
right.
it does mean different things for people.
It does mean different things. Here you can see this one bigger. Uh, so I like that positioning for a conversation. I've been to a lot of lives as a listener, and I can see I mean, you can sense that it's a setup. I mean, they're so aggressive in their positions that it's kind of a more of a stimulation for argument rather than a conversation. You can pick
This
up it immediately when someone wants to talk.
the
You know what I mean?
the the little whorls and knots on this one really remind me of some of the oldest olive trees I've seen in the Mediterranean. The
Yes.
olive trees as they age, they get more and more beautiful, but they get weirder and weirder looking too. It's just
Yes,
fascinating.
they get exactly. They get very weird.
They're amazing trees.
They are because they're like chaotic,
Hmm.
in their form and where they go and how they're, branching out type of thing.
Right.
Let me see here
Oh,
because I'm
speaking of
trying to.
speaking of chaotic, that what your name there, the handle here always reminds me of is I don't know if anybody knows like uh, Deleuze's philosophy of the whole like rhizomes idea, that's expanding roots and whatnot. It just takes me in an interesting direction. But that same bit of like introducing bits of chaos,
Yeah,
understanding that
exactly.
our social life does reflect some of the chaos of the natural world.
Yeah, yeah. The combination of barbed wires with
Yeah,
olive leaves, you know, uh, I'd
yeah,
rather show that to a Zionist, than anything else, and not speak at all.
yeah. And this one here, I mean, because it brings to mind those scenes of like children behind the barbed wire in Yahtzee camps. Um,
Exactly.
but it's a lived reality for people. I mean, I standing and looking at people who live their entire lives in communities surrounded by razor wire. It's really disturbing, and I don't think a lot of people pay attention to it. They don't really experience it, so they don't know how similar it is.
Well, it's funny, there's been so many conversations how the lockdown affected us because we were in our houses and couldn't move around, and how traumatic it was. Could you imagine being in Gaza for 15 years?
Yeah,
I mean, what does that do to you?
right.
You
You
know
know,
how I
what's
see this picture? I see it as even because you don't have a background, it could be a child or a person on either side of that fence, on either side of that barbed wire, looking over with
yes,
sadness.
exactly.
It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
and I'm trying to make them a bit universal, to be honest, meaning neutral in positioning and more humanity.
Yeah, it's powerful because you can relate to more people that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you see what you want to see or what you're familiar with. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's, uh, my art, basically what I want to do is promote more the imagination of the person that's watching it and let him build the story around it. You know what I mean? like here, this one is Athena, but it's not fitting well. That's the goddess Athena,
Yeah.
and an olive tree in the background.
Minerva, come here, look. It's you, come here. Minerva,
Beautiful.
Minerva, look.
Stunning.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, the sentiment here, or my dream, is what I and my, let's say, life lesson. A lot of people are coming up to retirement. A lot of the baby boomers are hitting that 2 or 3 or 4 years before retirement period. And I'm kind of, raising a white flag and saying, guys, don't wait to have a hobby or some issue that really is going to fill your life after retirement. You got to do it before. You got to get into that mindset before.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because a lot of people get sick during the retirement. You know what I mean?
Because you're not. People stop challenging themselves. They're not. They don't
Exactly.
have as much of a reason to do something. When we lived in more extended families, that helped a lot because, older people took care of the kids and they managed things around the house and everything else. You still had a purpose. But when
Exactly.
everyone's just living in their own little boxes or in retirement homes or whatever, it kills people, and
It does.
it's one of the reasons I got so committed to that whole inner child thing, because I saw people retiring in my family and then they just sit down in their easy chair and they watch TV all day, and then you watch the dementia set in, and it's hard.
Yes. I don't know if the stat is right. I remember back, I think it was 1992, because I was in Toronto. 60% of people who retired died in the first 2 years in the US, which is absolutely terrible.
And the dementia statistics are extremely high too, based on
Yeah.
the way that we live. People who challenge themselves, who keep learning languages or playing chess, or they stay active in some way, their minds stay sharp. But for a lot of people, I mean, they set themselves into a slow decline. And then because so many Americans are so busy and overstressed and overworked that they can't take care of a sick parent, so then they end up in these retirement homes that just make things worse for them.
Exactly.
It's terrible the way we treat older people, but it's also, we do a lot of it to ourselves too by not preparing ourselves for it.
Yeah. Well, in my culture, the family stay together, and there is no idea of old age home for most people. They will take care of the grandchildren. They're active participants in the, let's say, everyday life of the family. The grandfather and the grandmother are doing work up to their, all the way until they cannot anymore. It's a whole different concept. But anyway, so listen, like I said, I'm offering this. This is not, I hate the idea. I try to make it for free, but the Etsy wasn't allowing me to. So the minimum was like 3.7 euro. So guys, whoever wants it gets an A3 size, 300 DPI print, download file, and you can print it and you can have it on your home, give it to friends or whatever.
Yeah, they're beautiful. On that topic of retirement, I find that it has a lot to do with people identifying too much with their professions. I
Yes.
am a doctor, I am a teacher. So once you are not that, all of a sudden, like you had mentioned, it feels like a sudden stop. And then it's like you have an identity crisis. Like, what else am I? Because for decades, I have only been this, or I have mostly been this.
Yes.
To your point, Liam, you're actively like, no, I don't want to look like that. I don't want to feel like that once I'm retired or once I'm older. I wonder, though, from a historian's perspective, why is self-identity so important to us as humans? Like, when did it become so individualistic?
Okay, so that sounded like two very different questions.
Mm-hmm.
The Whoever forgets me, can I say one thing to then the Rhesus, and then
Of course.
we can pick that up, because that might be that's an interesting topic. Okay, so about Naxos, right? So I gotta point out a funny one here for you. Since you mentioned again where you're from. So I'm like, I don't know, scrolling through my Instagram feed recently, and you get these cute little travel photos, and some places like they'll put side by side photos and say where do you want to be. Um, and it's like, hey, would you rather visit like Milano or Santorini? And I'm looking at
Right.
it like that's a picture from Mykonos. You're on the wrong fucking island. Like, and it's
Right.
just what the fuck? Like, it's just what kind of travel site doesn't know where the fuck they are with their pictures? It's because they don't look anything alike. Like the villages don't look the same. Like
Absolutely, yeah.
what the fuck?
I
So
mean, Mykonos and Santorini is very different, very different.
yeah. I mean those narrow alleys and the little cobbled streets. It's gorgeous, but that is
Yeah,
not what Santorini looks like.
yeah, I
So
know.
yeah, I don't know. I thought you'd think it was funny because it's not something I can tell almost anybody.
I'm sure it was either an Italian, site or somebody. Because if a Greek does that, they're going to find him hanging somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I can't imagine who would have done it, but clearly not somebody who's actually traveled or spent much time looking at even other
Yeah,
photos.
exactly, exactly. You know,
Those
on
darn
Naxos,
Italians.
there's a temple right in the port. When you go in, it's a temple to Apollo, but it was never completed. What they did is they built a 60-ton door, and then by the time they started, there was a war, so it just stopped. And I joke around with my Naxian brothers, and I say, well, you know what? When you tell a local why isn't that finished, they start the whole story. You know, they feel obliged to explain everything, right? So they say, well, you know, there was a war and this and that, and then that happened, and that's why they didn't finish. I said, no, 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 that's not right. They put the door up, and they started arguing on what side they're going to put the palace, and that's why it wasn't completed. Because that's so, you know, you put two Greeks together, you'll get 15 different positions. You put three Greeks together, you're going to get a civil war, and with four, you're going to get a
Right.
war. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. There's there's definitely some similarity in temperament. Like Greeks, Sicilians, and Jews all share that same kind of
Yes, they
fractiousness.
do. They do.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't want to take more of your time. Thank you very much. Always a joy. Always, you give me inspiration, my friend. Be well
Thank you.
always.
Thank you. And this the art was inspiring too. So that's great. Did somebody not jot down where the website is? 'Cause I want to go and look at some of
Yeah.
these.
Do you want to go ahead and can you plug that one more time? Your website? And I'll write it. Where he is?
Well, it looks like it popped off. Oh no,
If
he's there.
you
Oh, there.
go into my TikTok account,
Mm-hmm.
underneath it says it has a link to Etsy. Etsy is a site
Okay.
that okay.
Got it. Great.
Let's see.
Link in bio.
Yeah, great.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys. Be well.
Yeah,
Be
always good to
safe.
see you.
Thank you.
Likewise. And you're welcome to stay up for a little bit too. I think we'll figure out yeah, the flow. And I think who's next is Abu, right?
Well, no, there was a question about
Oh wait.
identity or whatever. I don't. I can't remember. Was that
Oh, with
was that
Soul.
Soul Speaks question?
Yep. Soul was
Okay.
asking about identity. Yep. Thank
Okay.
you.
Cool. Let's go back to
So
that.
we'll go back to that.
All right. So let's see if I can understand exactly what you mean there, because the shift to a more individualist sense of identity, that has a distinct, origin. But I'm not sure what you meant by the first part of that, or whether it was part of the same question or a different question.
Yeah, I didn't realize that I may have been asking more than one question. It felt to me like in more modern days, we're more about like who I am, where I stand outside of from maybe even a family unit. Whereas, go back a few decades ago, you were part of a family or you were part of a group or in a tribe or a...
Yeah, so the deterioration of a more collectivist ethos, especially in Western countries.
Correct.
because humans by nature have defined themselves by their units. Within that, and this is one of the misconceptions a lot of people have, and I get it a lot in a lot of like knee-jerk anti-commie kind of stuff, like they just hate collectivism, like, because they don't realize that within the collective, people are still individuals, and people do still have different needs and interests and desires, but you still feel a sense of community. All that collectivism really is centering the community in your life, and that has been the norm for most of our history all around the world because it's part of our evolutionary makeup. The shift to separating people is driven largely by economics in the Western world, because the economic system moves from more communal industries like agriculture and crafts and in guilds and towns and things like that, to a sense of like competing businesses and then competing with other people to get the best jobs and the highest pay and the status that goes along with that we're all sort of stuck pursuing. So there's a sense of competition, and when you're thinking much more competitively, it separates you from other people, and you end up in the struggle to basically define yourself as you are, like you're on your own. The individualism does so. You can place it at a particular time and place in the rise of like the mercantile capitalist societies. So you can see elements of it developing in the Italian merchant republics, in the Dutch Republic, and in England. And from those, it does spiral outward as the economic system continues to evolve and take on roots in other places. But it gets much, much worse across the 20th century. Like much worse. If you look at how people lived in, say, 1900 in a lot of areas, I mean, the houses are so much smaller and they have more people living in them. I mean, hell, you can go back not nearly as far. Go back into like the 20s, 30s, 40s, and you're going to have like an average house is going to be like 900 or 1,000 square feet, and it has more people living in it than a typical nuclear family does now. And now, like, the typical American house is almost 3,000 square feet, and fewer people live in them. We're separating ourselves more and more from other people. So the rise of suburbia after World War II plays a significant part in accelerating the social damage that capitalism wrought in the first place. And as we spread farther and farther out and more into our individual houses, we were forced to find alternative ways to understand ourselves, because our identities do form in communities, and it still happens that way, but it's much more chaotic, stressful, and causes more mental illnesses the way we do it now, because naturally we do still form identities based upon a community or social group, but it's much harder in the way we live now to do that, and people end up supplementing it with all kinds of things that focus on very individualistic nature. But even there, most of those are still conforming to various stereotypes. You fall into different subcultures. I'm a goth or this or that, and you like take on certain things to connect yourself to a group, even though you're not necessarily in a group. Even if you're by yourself in some rural area, you're still going to dress like a headbanger because those are your peeps. But they're not, because you're not in your local community. You're adopting it for yourself, and we call it a sense of individualism. I'm being myself. But no, what you're doing is you're crying out for community and for a sense of belonging with other people. Mm-hmm. So I think the basic definitions of collectivism and individualism are badly, badly misunderstood. Because I'm a socialist, and I also consider myself an individualist. They're not contradictory in that sense, but we use them to mean you're like one man is an island or something, and then you're like lost in a crowd, and we're like 500 guys all wearing fedoras. There's nothing in between for a lot of people in what those words mean. Mm-hmm. And I think it gets back to our questions about communication. What do these terms mean? What are the, and how can we deal with that? So there's an element of it in that, in terms of people's understanding of it, but the change, I think, is what you're talking about mainly, and that's part of it develops over the last few centuries in a few areas, and then as it builds up in those areas, it spreads heavily to others through colonialism, imperialism, everything else. But it massively, massively accelerates after World War II. And you can see that in the rise of so many of issues. I mean, how many more people are, anxious, depressed, unaliving themselves? Like, people are miserable and they look for every possible excuse for it, blame everybody else for it, then try to like self-medicate, and the real problem is we've put ourselves into a situation of like hyper individualism that cuts us off from what we really are as animals.
Yeah, there's definitely a hyper individualism in the West, but I think where it becomes maybe pathological, and I could be wrong, is when you don't have self-awareness coupled with that. So
Yeah,
then
and
you're
it's
trying to communicate to the world something that you yourself aren't sure you have a firm grip on.
right. And it does vary too. It's not evenly distributed across the West. It's much more an Anglo-American phenomenon, and to some extent, like you see some elements of it in the Dutch or in Scandinavia. It's in certain types of like like liberal capitalist societies that have embraced that ethos much more thoroughly. A lot of the Mediterranean world has not.
Yeah, you're
So
very right about that.
you
Yep.
do see much larger family units. You do see people getting together. There are villages in southern Italy where people never have heart disease, but they eat tons of fatty foods because they have a much more fulfilling social life. They're doing something that's actually genuinely healthy for them in their social interactions. And it completely changes their lifespan. There's tons of centenarians in these communities because of the sense of community and the way that people support each other. So it's not just what I mean. I wouldn't use Western, but I get what you mean. Because we tend to throw Italy into the West, but Italy definitely different in this regard from, say, the UK.
Can I add a point onto that?
Oop.
Of course.
Yeah, this is something that I contemplated a lot, especially when I was, my world was in hospice, and there were times that I was spending more time in either teaching validation therapy or with my patients who had dementia in their world, and that's also part of like just that sense of belonging. Like I heard so many times of people at the end of their life really saying, I wish I would have spent more time with my family. I wish I would have taken more risks. Like that was, I wish I would have used my voice more. Like there's a lot of things that like in life, and this is something that like I'm personally am just learning to deal with. Hopefully y'all can't see like my, my anxiety so much coming through, but it's like there's just being alive sometimes is uncomfortable. And impermanence is I don't know a lot about life, but I know that everything is impermanent, everything that is built is impermanent. Here's all the Buddhist things coming through. But yeah, like that sense of belonging, that one other quote, there was a quote that came to my mind of like how a culture values wisdom can really be seen in how they treat their elders, and that's directly reflected. And I think that it's a systematic like how elders are treated, especially I'm specifically talking about United States. I think that is really more of a symptom of us not valuing wisdom, of us not like it's out of sight, out of mind. The same thing with so many people that are here. Oh, that's happening over there. It's not really understanding the interdependence and the interconnectedness and the caring, the shared responsibility, right? Like there's an idea of like between some of my chosen family, like I'm responsible for my kid, but I know that like they are also like there's a sense of we're all responsible for the kids here. Like that's kind of and wouldn't it be wonderful if the sense of individual of this is this is the line, if that were to expand out to be like, no, it is a shared responsibility for, all the people that are experiencing these things that we created, that people that look like me created, like this is there's a lot there, but that takes being really uncomfortable. Um, so anyway, I'll stop
Yeah, no, that's great.
monologuing.
Um, the there's on the one hand, I love the much bigger projects. Like I've always had a fascination with intentional communities, and trying to structure an environment like that that better fits our nature. But there's a lot of places where there are social experiments that, while not intentional communities, are still, at least they play to that. So I want to throw something at you guys, because in any group with so many people who love Palestine get together, there's a lot of shit talking about Israel. So I'm going to give you a good example from Israel of that fits this. So I did a lot of like hitchhiking and walking around throughout Palestine, going from place to place. So I've seen tons and tons of like really random spots, and I'm walking on the road one day, and there's a community up ahead, and there's nothing around it. It's just like chaparral, just rolling hills. There's nothing. It's wide open slant. But the community itself, at the center, was a big high-rise apartment building, right? Not a bunch of houses, not like suburban sprawl, but a giant high-rise with below it a bunch of like little bodegas and shops and whatnot all together. And literally the entire community was on one little tiny street. It was like, here's Main Street, here's all the shops, and here's all the houses are in this one big-ass building. And then all around them was nature. Just the natural world that people could experience. There's ways that we can actually build in a way that better suits us, that gives us a connection to the world around us, that lets us interact with other human beings, but still have some of our own space. So I kind of like seeing things like that around the world where people are at least trying, and I think more experiments along those lines are really going to be essential, given how much damage the way we're living together is causing.
100%. All right. So, are we, and welcome, Abu. Are you new on the panel? You've been here
Hi,
before?
yes, this is the first time I've been on this panel. Your reputation definitely precedes you. Um, I came in when you guys were talking about making a Discord and that, and I just caught little bits of it because I have a toddler. Fortunately and unfortunately for being here all the time, but I just wanted to offer you like a space on my Discord because I already have everything all set up, essentially what you're talking about, and I'm happy to have my team set up an entire space for you to have your own community within that. Essentially, our whole goal is to start a hub through Discord for all of the pro-Palestinian movements to come together and organize, become more organized and cohesive. And yeah, not to shamelessly plug or anything, but the link is in my bio. And one of my team actually is a big fan of yours and is always like, Liam, I need Liam in here, I need Liam in here. And so I caught you today because there's quite a time difference because I'm in New Zealand. And I was like, oh, I gotta get up there and be like, dude, so yeah, we're relatively small at the moment, but we have just launched and we have a lot of very prominent members of the pro-Pali movement all over the world. It's called the Worldwide Resistance. The idea is that we're global. General rules, we just respect everybody, and Zios are not allowed. We don't tolerate them in the Discord at all. Yeah, I'm happy to work with you. If you should want to move over, no pressure or anything if you want to create your own. It's just Discord can be a little bit of a learning curve, and I already have it all set up, and you are welcome to it.
Yeah. It's not the running of it because I actually have several Discord servers. I mean, and I've used it in a number of previous times organizing. We used it when I was in politics for a little while. There's experience there. It's not the key concern. I there's I'm of two minds of this, and I would if you don't mind, I would be happy to join your community and follow along with some things too. But there's already some people that I've met through TikTok that have already invited me to theirs as well. I'm connected to quite a few different servers in my app already. So on the one hand, we are scattered. We're in a whole bunch of different spaces, and it'd be nicer if we did consolidate a bit more. At the same time, there are questions of like, I don't know if you're trying to build. I don't know if in the long run we're going to try and build like a website or something and whatnot. Then it gets you the whole like, I don't know, for lack of a better term, like a branding kind of issue too that goes with it. So if it's like a group solely focused on Palestine, well, that is a big interest of mine, but it's hardly representative of my interest as a whole. And it might then kind of constrain the way that it builds up. So it's tough because I really am torn on it, because I like the idea of trying to bring things together. I follow, again, there's a whole bunch of servers on the left column of my Discord, but it'd be nice if there's easier ways to link the different groups together in ways, that if they could nest in some fashion. But at the least, what we can always do is exchange membership.
Yeah, for sure. The idea for me, so I've got the leader of the Reverse Canary mission. He's come over and we're just setting everything up for him. We've got Ro is on board. We might have Hala. The idea is that if the creators want to have their own Discord, they have their own Discord, but our Discord is where you can get everybody's updates. So you can see what Hala's doing with the Gaza Health Initiative and the Sponsor a Child in Gaza initiative, and with Mansour, and we can see what Dharma and Michelle were doing with the ambulances going through, and we can get those updates on there. Each creator generally is responsible for posting these, but we do, and I can't say too much about it because if I do, then it's public, right? But we do have a couple of website ideas that I'm hoping will be very helpful. It's just reaching out to the right people to get that done, really, because we will never ever hold any funding, because that opens up a whole another kettle of fish. We really want to only be the hub and the nexus where everybody meets. Cue like the Star Wars like lobby soundtrack, like we very much want to be the tea room, like the room where we talk about dumping the tea, not yeah. So that's sort of the basis of that. And also my vision is like, I'm realistic in thinking that this fight will never be over, but I'm also very hopeful in thinking that we at some point will make some form of breakthrough. I named it the worldwide resistance because I truly believe that as we're trying to fight to save Palestine, Palestine is saving the world through educating people about what is going on behind closed doors. Therefore, we predominantly educate on Palestine, but we also hold space for Sudan and Congo and Kashmir and the Uyghur Muslims in China. And, we believe that we will not stop until everyone is free and that this doesn't stop at Palestine. So, your beliefs in wanting to move forward as well, and that not encompassing everything, I totally see you and agree, and we are on absolutely the same page there.
Yeah, great. I mean, for me, it's just it's an old anarchist perspective. No one is free while anyone is in prison. We advance together. So, I would want to always make sure that it kind of reflects that diversity of of interest and causes. One thing, again, at least we can do is link together the different servers by exchanging members. We can plug each other and like tell people to join all the different ones and contribute there. And we can see how it goes and just where things develop. And maybe at some point the groups all merge into one giant thing. You know, I don't really know. I don't have a firm opinion. I don't really know off the top of my head. But you mentioned Ro. Ro's the one who brought me into a different group entirely. I mean, Humanized Palestine. So like, that's two different Discords she's already in too, at least. So
Yeah, Ro's amazing. I love Ro. Ro and my servers were very similar before we completely revamped everything in our mission statement and everything. We're very heavily linked with Ro. Very, very heavily linked with Ro.
yeah, that's good. Then there's already a kind of like there's already a way to basically link all three of these projects together, and we can keep talking and see is there a way to like I don't know, like figure out what exactly is the long-term vision for how to organize a community. And I'm always interested in that organizational aspect of it. And like I said, when I ran a community years ago, we literally wrote a constitution, you know, our own little anarchist constitution, and like divided up responsibilities, and you had different roles in it, you know. For fun, I like adopted if Rhesus is still there, I adopted a bunch of old terms from like, you know, classical Athenian democracy for things, you know, just to give funky labels to people. But it was fun, you know. But coming up with a way to structure it is one thing, but also what are the long-term goals for it? You mentioned funding, right? So, I was looking. I don't know where I put my. I have a book called "The Revolution Will Not Be Funded." You know, it's a whole critique of that the whole funding ecosystem there. But I would like to build an organization that actually can in some way do that. You know that you know, for example, I wanted to like later, you know, sell, you know, my classes dirt cheap to kind of get things out there. But I think it'd be also useful to at least leave open the possibility of other activism that could use that. So it might depend upon where those discussions go and how things build up, whether you can bring groups together or whether they have to maintain a distinct vision, but they basically share a population. You know, it's a shared ecosystem in a sense. We can be rhizomatic that way, like our roots can intertwine.
Also, I do know that we have some larger donators that are just like itching to get in there and donate to something. So part of the things that we do is giving the links and things to places that we can donate. Gaza Health being one of the biggest ones because they're doing free telehealth for patients at the moment. You know. Yeah, just linking everybody, networking, talking, you know, and being prepared. The thing, I think it was Malcolm X said, we're not out-peopled, we're out-organized. And so that's what our aim is to become the reverse Hezbollah. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We need to be as organized as our rivals are.
Right. And organizing, you know, different groups and organizations that have different distinct missions, but are all linked together into a shared ecosystem makes a great deal of sense to me. So yeah, let's do that. If you want to, you know, send me an invite to yours later, you know, and we can you know, and vice versa. So, you know, let me at least follow on here, so that's easy. I don't think I am. There we go. Follow back. Cool.
Yeah, I
Oh,
love,
Coral.
thank you so much. I mean, I think
It's a
this is
jelly.
where like crowd surfing for the win. So I think I love that
More
these things
coral.
are happening. And
I love that jelly.
this is the second, I'm gonna mark it on my calendar that this is the second time in my life I'm on a panel with Athena. So I'm just gonna mark like a really big star and remember this, remember the first moment. But thank you so much, Boo. And yeah, I'm glad that all of these are coming and organizing. Thank you. Do you have a question? Do you have a question for Doc on topic or not like off topic or like do you have a question
Um,
Um,
besides?
questions. I think you all always just cover it all very, very thoroughly and well, you know. I in the very short time I've been on this particular live, though I've seen you dotted around, just the way that you Erica especially, I love Rises and we've seen each other everywhere. I plugged your art the other day at my local thing actually. But Erica and Liam, the way that you articulate yourselves is just amazing. I love listening to you talk. You know, when you hear a smart person who actually is like reads, you know, you're just like, yes, you know. And actually, the person above me as well. I love Covey. I met Covey like 2 weeks ago. What an excellent person.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I'm just here with
so
this
honored.
person. I'm sorry.
So honored to get to be on your panel. I just stoked to listen to you and hear your knowledge. And I just also your books, man, your books. That is beautiful. I came in and I was like, oh, it's got to be sitting in like a public library or something. That's what I was like asking.
Like,
And it was just,
I mean, it's just like, I don't know.
it's just
It's just
you.
everywhere, you know. every possible place I can squeeze things.
Oh, I love it so much. So people are telling me that the Discord link isn't working. If you follow me, shoot me a message. I can see my requests and I'll send you the link. I put it in my bio this morning, but it expires after 6 hours, so it's a whole
A-
thing.
Abu, I don't want to thank you so much. I don't. I gotta say good night, guys. I got a problem. It's 4:13 a.m. I
Yeah.
gotta move to the States. I gotta do something about this. Every night I'm sleeping at 5 in the morning. I, I gotta find a solution. I'm looking for a house in anywhere, California, anywhere. Anyways,
Yeah, you're
take,
welcome in Cali.
thank you so much. Be well. Be blessed. Bye bye.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good morning. Hey. Hi. What's it again? What are you doing? I don't know what I did with that one.
Okay, so were you done, Abu, and then we can welcome Kobe. Hi, Kobe. Hey, Athena.
Hmm.
Was she there?
What did you do with it? Did you move it somewhere?
Athena, are you there? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
I hear a very faint voice.
Oh, I'm faint.
Oh, you were.
Oh,
It
okay.
was very soft for a minute.
Athena, are you there?
Looks like she stepped away.
Okay. Um, yeah, so
Yes, I'm here.
oh, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, just saying, how are you? Hi,
I'm
welcome.
okay. What about you?
Welcome to Friday. Yeah, welcome to Friday office hours.
I was just
We're just
quiet and listening to y'all.
okay. Yeah, we're just kind of like chatting. I actually don't, we're a little behind on what's happening in Lebanon. I don't know how you feel about doing updates or anything, but that's I know that that's some of the questions that have been coming up. Or there's another question in the chat. Um, yeah, I'm gonna go off camera for a
So
second. My
weird.
daughter's
It really gets to me when I lose something. You know, I rearrange things constantly because things grow and the space is wrong, so you got to like reorganize things. But I generally remember where I put them. I can usually walk right to where a book is and grab it, even if I moved it there just a few weeks ago. But this one should be right here, and it's not. Oh, I'm such an idiot. It's in a stack right next to the fucking shelf that I thought it was on. So it's been here the whole time. It's just sitting flat in front of it. Oh, I'm such an idiot.
no. That's like, I mean, I find my glasses on top of my head.
I knew right where it was, but
Yeah.
it wasn't. See, it wasn't right where it's supposed to be. It was just slightly off, and that was enough to. Oh well.
Yeah, this can just be like organic. I think totally fine. We all find our sunglasses on our head or the book where it is. It's totally
Mhm. Who's next in line, Erica?
you, my love,
Oh,
sweetheart.
purr,
No,
purr,
I'm
purr.
sorry.
Okay.
That was endearing. I didn't. Is that okay?
Purr, purr, purr,
You,
purr, purr.
you
Okay,
go.
okay, okay. Well, that was good. Yeah. Hi, Dr. Liam. First of all, as per usual, I enjoy being in this presence. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to even have the privilege of having these conversations. I just want to make that clear because when I'm not annoying my supervisor and mentor, I'm just annoying you with all of my conversations and questions. But I was here yesterday, but I had to go to had to go start my day and be a dirty capitalist, which is why I had to leave earlier. But I wanted to ask you about the Yemenite affair, the Yemenite child affair. Specifically, if you could say a couple of things about the Yemenite children, Jewish children specifically, who were taken away from their families, especially by the Israeli government.
Yeah, no, I remembered you brought that up,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's one of those like offhand. What I remember is what you're already saying that it happened. I don't remember enough of the
The
details of the
details.
event to say
Mm-hmm.
much about it.
Mm-hmm.
Other than I could at least contextualize it a little bit because um, Yemenite Jews began moving to Israel in the 19th century, so they were among the earlier settlers that came in, and no one really wanted them, but it helped demographically, like the total numbers. But they actually built a separate section, like south of Tel Aviv, like a little subsection of the city, and packed them all into there because no one wanted them around them. There was a great deal of vicious racism towards the community. And so that was there like from the start in like your 1890s. So the way that played out, you know, ever since. I mean, there was so much prejudice towards a lot of the Mizrahim, but the specifics of the movement of children, I don't remember enough to
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
say about
Okay.
that.
Okay.
I
Thank
just
you.
remember that it happened. That there's a I mean, I always fouled it in my head along the parallels with things like residential schools and shit like that. Like the abduction of children, or like the way that, um, one of
The
the ways
Yazidis
that
stole
the
Polish
Ottoman
children.
genocides actually fit all five of them is that they literally stole Armenian kids and gave them to Turkish families. So
Or the
it's
way that the Polish, the Yazidis stole Polish children and gave them to some German families during World War II, or sent them
yeah,
to
yeah, exactly.
institutions to
Yeah,
Germanize them.
the Yahtzees did a lot less of things like that because they were so like scientific racists. That they had all
Mm-hmm.
that kind of shit about race that made it hard for them to deal with a lot of other populations. And for the most part, Slavs were Untermenschen. There was a specific subset of people that they found that they thought were basically like
Long lost Germanic
Slavicized
people. Yeah.
Aryans or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, um, but the Ottomans did that rather a lot as well. And yeah, the situation reminded me of things like that. So I would put it in that kind of genocidal category, even if it's going from one Jewish community to another. Ultimately, the way that the Ashkenazi elite treated a lot of the Mizrahim, starting from the beginning in the 19th century and all through into the into the 1970s, a lot of that was really, really vicious. And it caused most of the populations that moved in from across the Muslim world to abandon their languages and cultures as much as possible, to suppress parts of their own identity.
Mm-hmm.
So their own kids didn't pick things up from them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. A second question that I had was about East Africa again. I don't know if this is if you know much about East Africa specifically, or if it's your area of expertise, but I had two questions. One question is, do you have any books to recommend about the Askari, the East African colonial subjects of the English and the Italians during World War II?
Books, no, I don't have, no. I've
Okay.
had conversations with Africanists on the subject, and I talk a bit about there's a lot of references in books on the colonial projects as a whole that interact with that, but my knowledge of it is not the specialist knowledge. It's somebody who pays attention to imperialism, and all that. So it's no, I don't have anything very detailed on it.
Okay, because my grandfather was an askari, was askari, and I'm trying to get more of an academic perspective into that as well. Maybe I need to sit my ass down and do more research on that. Other than that, I don't think. Oh yes, yes.
I could always ask. I could always ask some colleagues. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I do have
I
friends who
would
are
love that.
Africanists,
I would
so they
love
might
that.
know something.
Yeah, because I'm trying to find out more about the askari, and I think there's of course a big difference between getting an internal, like personal perspective, especially as my grandfather was I think 16 or 17 when he was drafted into World War II, into to fight a war that wasn't his, on the Italian side, and was sent to Tripoli, in Libya, and sent all over southern Europe and northern Africa to continue fighting a war that wasn't his. But it's very different when you have a very an academic perspective into it as well, and get all the facts and everything behind it. But I wanted to talk about
What are
specifically. Oh
the
yes.
problems about notes when things come up in these? Like I put task reminders into my phone all the time because I have the short-term memory of a goldfish, so I won't remember when to do something. I scribbled down, like you were interested in talking about the Ammonite kids, and I was going to remind myself of some of it, so I could fit it into that broader picture better. And I completely forgot because I wrote it down and I didn't look at it again. So I'm circling it. Please look at this later. Please remember to look later, please, because then I got to put it into my phone. Otherwise, I'll forget.
Two things that have fascinated me is one thing. What do you think about the Balkanization of certain Eastern European countries, and why did that fail ultimately?
Fail.
Like it basically caused a lot of chaos, I think, in my opinion.
So balkanization we tend to use for like the separation so it would be like the breakup into tons of different countries.
Yes, yes.
Balkanization succeeded, but balkanization was a terrible idea. It
Yes,
happened,
that's
but
what
it's
I.
shitty.
Yes, that's what I mean by
Okay,
failed.
cool.
And why was it
Okay,
a
so
terrible idea?
failed in the
Because
sense of it
it did
being shitty
it
for
did
everybody.
yeah,
Yeah.
it did kind of like push a lot of Eastern European countries into a lot of chaos, especially in the 90s, of course.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah, can you share your thoughts on that aspect? I just found it very, very fascinating recently, as well, with regards to that. And the second thing was, Ehud Olmert had a peace deal that he had offered, I think, in 2007 or 8, which I personally think was crap when I went through the peace deal. But a lot of Israelis currently are trying to make it seem as if Ehud Barak and Olmert were these saints who just wanted peace with the Palestinians, when I know that they were both brutal. If I'm not mistaken, Ehud Barak also unalived a freedom fighter in the 70s, I think, where he pewed her in the head after he caught her. I forgot who it was. Was it Leila? I don't know if it was Leila Khalid. No, I think it
I
was
remember the name.
somebody else.
Yeah, the
Um,
action. Yeah, he was a defense minister. Like the
mhm.
defense was his background, military was his background. But yeah, they're both often held up as like saints for offering some kind of peace deal, but they're not actually peace
They're
deals.
crap.
In neither case were they states.
Mm-hmm.
And the key there is if you're not going to offer a separate sovereign state, then you have to offer some kind of full integration that really provides full rights to everybody, and that's no one's ever done that. What they want is to maintain colonial control of the entire territory, borders, airspace, everything, like absolutely control the territory, but be able to leave the people alone. So it's offering a kind of internal autonomy. What what Olmer's plan is essentially South African Bantustans, same as Barak's. Barak's was trying, at least, saying, like, is it possible to have some kind of semi-sovereign state, where they would still control portions of the border, but it would be like basically essentially a demilitarized state in a partial union with Israel. The problem with his is more that he was told by his own party and the Knesset overall that there's no way it would pass, that they couldn't do it. So he could have made any deal he wanted, but it didn't matter. That's why they never bothered writing the shit down. They only handed Arafat napkins, because there was no actual plan to offer, because the government would never have accepted it. Olmer's plan probably would have failed for the same reason, but it didn't advance far enough. But I think that it would have been turned down by their own government similarly, even though it also didn't really offer much. But it's don't take anyone seriously on those. Actually, this has got to be something like 4 years ago by now. There was a PragerU video that claimed
gosh.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
PragerU is a fascist propaganda site,
No, I
but
hate
whatever.
them. I
But there
hate them
was
so
a
much.
video from them that said that Palestinians have been offered a state 6 times and always turned it down. So blah blah blah.
Mhm.
This is all the Arabs' fault. They should just suck it up and deal with Israeli control forever. And I literally made a video where I cut out each of their arguments from their video and
Mhm.
then shit all over them for a few minutes for each one.
Mhm.
And this is just years ago. This is back when I actually recorded it here. Now that I remember, it was when this was still a family cabin and not a house. So I was sitting in the living room as it used to look, when it was the family cabin, just sitting there on my sofa, ranting into the camera about these deals.
Mhm.
There's nothing to them at all. They literally never been offered anything.
Yeah. I will never forget the day when Dennis Prager uploaded a whole video coming after Anne Frank and was talking about how people shouldn't believe her and she's naive and nobody should listen to her and she's just a secular Jewish girl and she wasn't even religious. And I was just like, who the hell beefs with Anne Frank? Leave her please to rest in peace. Like, my lord, like, if there's one thing that everybody, regardless of what political ideology they belong to, agrees to, is like you sympathize with Anne Frank. Like, you just leave her alone. And the fact that he uploaded a whole video beefing with Anne Frank, that and
If
his
I could,
article about when your wife is not in the mood, where he wrote 2 articles trying to pressure a woman to still consent to sexual relations even if she wasn't in the mood, and
Oh, is that what
his
you were
one
reading earlier, Toby?
the one
Sorry,
I
is that
was
what you were
reading
reading over?
earlier, exactly.
Oh my gosh, that's
I
hilarious.
decided to expose hundreds of people on a live before to some quotes from both of his articles on that.
Good.
Um,
The
and
more
the
you can
second part,
discredit that motherfucker, the happier I'll be.
I always bring it up. I hate PragerU. The fact that it's so huge in Germany, and the fact that some people don't even, like, they look at the nice animations, they look at the way that people explain everything, like, oh yeah,
Exactly.
this is educational, this is factual, but it's completely, it's bullshit, pardon my French. But the slavery video was the worst thing because
Oh my God!
that's
Yeah.
my field of study, and
hmm
when Candace Owens did
They have
that
several of
slavery
them
video.
actually. And one's on like that the parties didn't flip and Democrats or blah blah blah. So
Mm-hmm.
all of their ones about the South. It's all it is the neo-Confederate perspectives. It's literally Jim Crow arguments, and what they're doing
Mm-hmm.
is they're rehashing, early 20th century Jim Crow arguments into cute little animated videos, and I hear
Mm-hmm.
people repeating those talking points all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when they depicted John Brown as like a tea fighter, and I sat there and I was like, who the hell demonizes John Brown? I
John Brown did nothing wrong.
I can't. I can't. PragerU is literally. And the thing is, there are some people on this app who pretend to be neutral debaters, educational, like TikTokers, but they work for PragerU. And that's the sinister part. And the people that work for PragerU, I always try to inform people about them. So please be on the lookout for people because PragerU is very, very sinister.
It is literally a fascist propaganda outfit, and it's
Yeah.
viciously. And people like Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro, if I could eject them from the tribe, I would do it. they are they are horrific representations. I mean, holy shit.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, no. But another thing I wanted to ask about, which to me was very, very worrying, is the rise of the far right in Europe. In my opinion, that is very, very, very worrying to me. Of course, being in Europe, I do tend to feel very unsafe, especially in recent years, looking at the rise of far right politics, even though people from outside of Europe tend to romanticize and glorify Europe, especially the Scandinavian countries. But the fact that the Sweden Democrats recently won, the AfD is getting a lot of votes. There's practically a far right party gaining momentum in almost every single Western European country. What are your opinions on this rise of the far right, and what do you think could be possible solutions to combat them? Or do you think this is just a natural course, a response of economic crises that people gravitate towards the far right? Or is it just remaining ideologies that haven't been actually effectively dismantled, which is why they keep resurfacing again during every economic crisis or issue?
Okay, that one is huge, and probably not something that you should get me talking about when I'm trying to end within about half an hour or so.
Oh,
But because I have to get up early tomorrow morning. I have to go to a job fair. So yeah, but the a couple of thoughts quickly on it, because the economic aspect of it is frequently emphasized in both Europe and the US, but it's really not the core reason. A lot of the people most attracted to these ideas are still relatively comfortable. It's more a matter of cultural fears and the senses of the way people have been taught to define community. So it's the legacy, yes, of earlier concepts like nationalism and racism that are still there that they never got rid of. So yeah, some of that's there, but a lot of it is it's become much more important because of immigration, and fears. The way that people have been taught to define community has had unfortunate consequences. I mean, the fact that realistically where people come from, how they work, has nothing to do with whether we can bond with them in a single tribal identity. That's always happened, but people still had this legacy of much more racist terms for nation, and there's a lot of that comes up in it. And there's also tons of other things that like the breakdown in respect for expertise and for media. A lot of that is driven by capitalism and the consolidation in media, so the pursuit of profit in it. So it gets much more it appears more untrustworthy, even though it's still much better than what they're producing on their own. And a lot of the right-wing indie shit is garbage, but they've been taught systematically to distrust it. And that really does echo a lot of previous fascist movements too. Trust the great leader, don't trust what the experts say. But honestly, the breakdown in expert support for experts, a lot of that has to do with liberalism itself. And the liberal consensus after World War II. So it's not just the ideologies from before World War II that are dragging us down here. the liberal and then neoliberal consensuses after World War II created a much more technocratic society that has some real elitist elements to it. We are going to tell people how they should live. And it didn't come across as ways to actually reach people and help educate them and improve things. It came down to people as very paternalistic. And that allowed for reactionary movements to develop as a response to that apparent arrogance. And then as these movements grow over and over again, right-wing movements, the liberal elite tends to try and co-opt them because at the end of the day, they both agree on capital and hierarchy. So they'd rather work with them than with the left. So instead of actually combating them, they'll either work with them in coalitions or they will constantly say things that directly feed into their fears and propaganda. They frame things in the absolute worst possible fucking ways so that more people are pushed in that direction. But it's largely a global phenomenon, not just a European one. It's in the U.S., Canada, portions of the developing world too. Brazil, obviously. There's the Philippines. There's a lot of drive toward these kind of leaders because a lot of the economic issues are similar, and a lot of the ways that humans are separated from each other. The kind of communities we had before are broken down, so people are struggling to find a new sense of identity. And if somebody's offering you a nice package deal, a sense of Germanness and German pride that looks a particular way that wouldn't include lovely people like you, Athena, then they'll fall for it, because they're desperate for something, for anybody to offer them a sense of hope. And what a lot of these movements, the reason they thrive is honestly one of the reasons that socialist movements did so well in the 19th century. It's A, responding to tons of existing social and economic crises, but B, it offered people a plan. One of the reasons that Marxism was always more popular than the more anarchist varieties is because it seemed scientific. It had a plan. It had a goal. We're moving along in these stages. We're doing this thing, and there's a purpose, and you can feel a part of the thing. And we can wave the flag and wear the uniform and be a part of the thing, doing that thing. The fascist movements, these far-right populist movements, they do the same thing. They're giving a sense of shared identity, shared struggle with a goal to basically change the world. This is why people should not think of them as conservative. They are very much revolutionary in a way. They're they're reactionary revolutionaries. They want to fundamentally change society, which conservatives don't want to do.
Yeah, no, it's terrifying. I mean, like the rise of the AfD's popularity within German society is terrifying, even though just a couple of days ago, there was a there's a huge controversy currently in Germany, because I don't know if you heard about this, they had the remigration plan. Did you hear about this?
Yeah.
Where the AfD, everybody else here, the AfD politicians, certain politicians met up with a couple of neo-Nazi groups. I think one of them was from Identitarian Europa. And they planned on basically deporting German citizens who were BIPOC. German citizens who were not Aryan enough or Germanic enough, in their opinion. They were planning on deporting them the moment that they got into power. So it's just
Granted, the courts right now, as they're currently structured, the courts would stop that. But the fact that they're trying suggests that they have a plan to ultimately subvert those or change them. In the long run, they can. Look at the struggles that the Tories are having right now in the UK. They want to deport a bunch of people to Rwanda. Just like, why? They didn't come from Rwanda. They just want to dump them there because Rwanda's a pretty fucked up government, and they've taken in so much Western aid. They're willing to take people in. It's a horribly racist plan, and the courts are constantly fighting back against it, but they're still trying and trying and trying. Those efforts, like Trump did the same thing with his Muslim ban. They're all wearing down our institutions.
I think what's scarier in this instant is, whereas in other cases they were predominantly going after foreigners or people who weren't citizens, whereas the AfD is literally going after citizens.
Yeah,
Like
for
the
sure.
AfD is because the AfD gained prominence after the refugee crisis of 2015, and they gained because they only were founded in 2013, and so they gained prominence in 2015 because they kept fear mongering against refugees, right? But the fact that now they've shifted their kind of focus from refugees and immigrants to German citizens. Now they're going after other fellow Germans just because we're BIPOC, which means me as a German, even though this is my country, like I would have to be deported had they been in power,
But
just because I am BIPOC.
But we know where that,
Uh,
that comes from, though. That there is an
yeah,
ideological
of course.
legacy that they're building on. I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't even that long ago that the Germans changed the blood laws in place to bar people from citizenship. In the 60s and 70s, people coming in, they're living there, their kids are born there, and their kids had no eligibility to citizenship because they didn't have German blood. You would have thought if we were de-Yazifying the country that we would have cared about fucking blood citizen, like a racist citizenship law. But there are people who resent that was removed.
There were a lot of people
it's an
as
attempt to roll
well.
that shit back.
There were a lot of people as well who literally came from Poland but would hide that they were Polish. Like there were.
There's a comment in the thing here that says no country can survive with open borders. I have to say something about this because a comment like that can only come from somebody who knows nothing about world history, because for the vast majority of our settled history in countries, borders were open. So you're saying literally that no country could survive, because that's all that means. I mean, when all of my ancestors came to the U.S., we had open borders. So did the U.S. cease to exist in the 19th century? These arguments that you get from the right, the argument there, it's the same kind of shit that you're seeing in this discussion here. But it's all nonsense. It's just based on fear and othering. It's xenophobia. But all countries have always had open borders. If you wanted to live somewhere else, you just walked in. And the country didn't care as long as you paid your fucking taxes. The Roman Empire did not have closed borders. I have several shelves of Roman history. They did not have closed borders. I can show you constant flows in of people over centuries into Rome. So no.
But also,
they did not.
this
They
person
stopped
respectfully,
specific
Corsi.
armed factions. They didn't want people. They didn't want a few thousand people riding in with swords. They stopped that. Not population flows at all.
But also, this
For fuck's sake,
Corsi
in the 4th
person
century,
is.
most of the Roman army spoke German. Like in the 4th, literally, they spoke German in the 3rd and 4th century because it was mostly immigrant populations. Oh, that stuff just pisses me off. And I hate when they try to draw classical history into it too, like that fucking makes any sense.
I think what's really, really irritating at this point as well with Corsi is you're talking about open borders when we're talking about citizens. Like, what part of citizens being targeted don't you oh my gosh, little baby. What part of citizens getting targeted don't you understand? And you're comparing them with immigrants and open borders.
They don't care.
Yeah.
It's just you don't want brown people. That's it. And that is just rooted in xenophobia, a fear of change, and in ideologies that get people to identify their community with only people who look like them, which is fucking stupid. So there are a lot of there are a lot of contributing factors to it. So, like I was saying at the beginning, like a topic like this, there's no way to deal with it in this short of time, because it is a global phenomenon, and it is something we have to do a lot more about. Talking about individual ones, talking about individual bad leaders, people want to get mad at like individual, because there's a lot of racist leaders out there. So your Netanyahus and your Putins and whatnot. There's a lot of terrible people, but it's a global phenomenon, and there are forces driving it everywhere. And a lot of the earlier models discussing this, it's one of the reasons it's been a major research interest of mine for a long time. A lot of the earlier discussions of fascist movements rising always connected them to a particular crisis point in the socioeconomic situation, that something had to tip it into it. But a lot of these movements have actually grown up in times of relative prosperity, when things aren't actually that bad, or specifically among people who are actually beneficiaries of prosperity, even as other people are worse off. So most of the people that are like hardcore, the racist MAGA types here are not the poorest people. They're not, the super working class type folks. They're actually a lot of like, lower middle class. They're well off. They have houses and they drive trucks, and so it's not some fear of impending collapse. It's not like society's going to go away because of the economic issues. There's something else driving it, and a lot of it is it's more social and cultural. It's the way that we organize ourselves and the way that we think about people. And people are exploiting the fact that the world is far more interconnected than it ever has been. So there's more information available. There's more diversity in media. You're seeing all kinds of stuff on television you wouldn't have seen before, and it just scares people. Oh my God, there's a sitcom about gay people. Oh, like I've never seen that before. Oh, look at these shows with black people in them. Oh, you're seeing so much more than you ever saw before all around you. I mean, the Brexit drive in the UK was driven by the fact that there were Polish fucking restaurants. I don't want a restaurant in Polish in my town. It's a bunch of boomers freaking out about people speaking Polish in a fucking cafe. That's it. It's all it took was a little bit of fear. Fear is a really potent political motivator. So if you have a handful of terrible ideas and you have circumstances where you can exploit fear, because it's the same thing that actually did drive economic crisis points there. They're kind of right in looking at a lot of earlier moments that there were an economic crisis, but it was the fear about them that opened people up to it. And you can cultivate fears over a whole bunch of different things. And a fear of just change in general, social, cultural change, demographic change. This is proving to be enough in a world as globalized as ours is.
Yeah, that's 100% true. I mean, that's why South Korea elected their recent president, who campaigned on dismantling the gender rights, or women gender agency. The Ministry for Women's Equality. He campaigned to get rid of it, and a majority of Korean men actually voted for him, which is why now he's the current president. So it's demographic change, it's fear of losing power, fear of getting out of your comfort zone that makes you want to continue upholding that status quo. So you gravitate towards these populist leaders who then tell you that there's an easy solution for all these complex issues.
Exactly. The easy solution part is what helps to sell it. And everyone loves to forget that Mussolini literally campaigned on misogyny too. I'm going to send women back home so they can be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. You don't want to compete with them in the workforce, because women were starting to get jobs. Go figure. And he literally capitalized on that. It's always been fear of change that drives reactionary movements. And if you can combine that with an economic issue in some way. So the economic situation is not that bad relative to, some of the crisis points we had, say, like in the Depression or whatever, right? But it is different, and prices are going up and living standards are falling slowly. So what you can do is you can build on that fear base by also adding populist economic policies. I'm going to speak up for the working class. If you can link racism and xenophobia to populist economics, unfortunately that's been a winning election for a long time.
Yeah,
it's sad.
The Sweden Democrats do that a lot. They
Yes,
literally
exactly.
were founded in Swedish Yazidism, and yet now they are xenophobic, extremely racist. But
Right.
yet on the other side, they advocate for the working class and they advocate to better social systems and like a social
Yeah. Also, like here, Wilders in the Netherlands. Same
yeah.
thing. This is why a lot of people have a hard time connecting him to fascist movements, because he's talking about more money for the healthcare system and stuff like that,
Mhm.
right? But it's those those kind of social policies tied to extreme xenophobia and nationalism that define the far right.
Yeah.
So,
But I'm done. Thank you very much. Those were my
oh,
questions.
you'd asked about
Mhm.
balkanization. We never even talked about it.
We haven't, but I feel like it's unfair towards the other people on the panel who wanted to ask a question.
Yeah,
I
it's
always
a
have
fun one.
so many questions,
Eastern
anyways.
European history is a lot of fun. So, and it doesn't come up very often. So please bring it back. Let's talk about that sometime.
I will. I always have so many questions, so I probably irritate the people in this live with all of my questions, but I will keep quiet now for the other people.
You see all the love for
Yeah,
you in the chat.
never. Anyone who's irritated by Athena, like there's a door. Go.
If it helps, I've been enjoying the conversation the whole time.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
please come back and talk. I mean, and it's one of the reasons that I genuinely love the semesters when I get like the Modern Europe class, because I do spend a lot of time talking about issues in the modern history of Eastern Europe that just get left out because everyone wants to talk about French history and German history and British history. And it's like, there's other parts of Europe that kind of matter, right? Like, and that affect world politics and everything. It's like, come on. So, so yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
It's like when people say Europe is a Christian continent, and I'm like, you forgetting the Albanians, the Macedonians? Like, there's so many Eastern European areas with significant Muslim populations. It's like
so many, and it's like first off, it was done by force anyway, and it wasn't finished until like the early modern period. They were still, in the 14th century, they were still hunting down pagans. But even setting that aside, yeah. Okay, when we look at how xenophobic Poland is toward Muslims, right, in a lot of their politics these days, everyone seems to forget it's very small, but Poland has actually had a Muslim minority for 1,000 years. Like literally 1,000 fucking years, there have been Polish Muslims. They're not immigrants. They're fucking Poles. But everyone leaves them out of the discussion because it's a small population and easily forgotten. But it so contradicts a lot of the fear-based rhetoric. Clearly, their presence hasn't destroyed the country. But it's just not mentioned. Russia's chock full of Muslims. And again, indigenous populations that converted over time, So they've had very large Muslim populations for more than 1,000 years. How the hell do you say Europe is a Christian civilization? No, it's not. I mean, it's only after World War II that we adopt that whole like Judeo-Christian ideal, because it's a way of kind of sweeping the historic anti-Judaism under the rug. And it's not really pro-Jewish anyway, but it's a way of kind of co-opting that. But really, Judeo-Christian Islamic civilization, it's literally the same thing. Islam is a Western faith. And I know some people get triggered by that because the West we associate with imperialism and colonialism and whatnot. But if you think about it as a cultural continuum, if you think about the relationships between the religious ideals and and their spread and their origins and where they were historically strongest in the early parts of them, they are very much in the same basics. You can't say Judaism or Christianity are Western and not Islam. It makes no fucking sense. I mean. So either none of them are Western religions. You got to say Christianity is clearly a Near Eastern import. It's clearly not a Western religion, and do that. But they won't do that because they've been Christian for so long. It's a part of their identity, right? How do you not do that for Islam and Judaism? And I don't get that. But that's not when it gets back to like the way we use words in different contexts too. I mean, because you guys know West is all made up anyway.
Yes, 100%. The West, the East, the Orient, and the Occident, and everything. Like Edward Said also talked about it as well.
What the hell is like Finland is a Western country and Morocco is not? It's clearly not geographic. But but yeah, I mean, so much of the separation with Islam is just rooted in the fights of the early modern period. You know, trying the threat of the Ottomans caused them to restrict the cultural definition and cut them off. You know, before that point, no one did that. They considered Muslims to be heretics or blasphemers or whatever. Like they're worshiping Muhammad. That's terrible. They should worship Jesus. But they absolutely understood it as the same civilization, and oftentimes discussed the Arabs being more civilized than they were. That no one did that before. We do that only much more recently, and it's like an imperialist thing. So that definition of West was based in fear of the Ottomans, and then it was co-opted to use for like, you know, the spread around the world. You know, the cultural imperialism. That's like like the Said that helps to justify the colonial conquests. But if you're thinking about the ideas themselves, about the cultures and about the religions, you know, the beliefs of ordinary people or the lifestyles, like the way that people live today in Tunisia and in Sicily. I mean, the parallels are astonishing culturally. You know, they have a lot more in common than not. So to draw a line and say that's a completely different civilization makes no fucking sense. So when we use West to talk only about the imperialist, you know, European peninsula and its colonialism, in a sense, we're using their term, the racist form of it. We're using the word West to mean that colonizing ideology. If it's going to survive at all as a term, then just use it to refer to the broader cultures that always shared those. Because there are separations in the world. You know, there are geographic barriers in different areas, right? So within certain areas, there are certain cultural overlaps. The Near East, the Mediterranean Basin, and the European Peninsula have always been linked because of physical geography. The Sahara cuts them off from going farther south there, you know? Tons of mountain chains and deserts and whatnot cut them from going off much farther east than Iran. But that whole area has always been linked together. So it's astonishing that people try to separate it.
But thank you very much for answering my questions as per usual. I think I'm done so that I can give quick time to the rest of the guests. Thank you very much, Erica, for moderating this so well as well.
Cool.
Always nice to
Always
see
fun.
you.
Sorry if I rant a little bit too much sometimes, but I get really worked up about ideas like that. I mean the separation of peoples that way has been profoundly harmful. You know, it's one of the things that got it. Things like that are one of the reasons I got into studying the Mideast anyway. You know, it's just trying to understand, you know, why the fuck this separation between Europe and the Mideast was invented in the first place. Like, how are people justifying that? What are they doing? You know, it's always been interesting to me.
Yeah. Well, Liam, we're all here for your rants. So that's the reason we're here, and we're on your time, which, speaking of, I just want to acknowledge we all want to respect you and make sure that you get everything that you need for tomorrow. So we're going to be pretty quick with Mohammed and Cactus. We did have an 8 o'clock. So if you're okay going a little bit over.
It's
it goes pretty quick.
This is actually around the time I wanted to stop. So
I know. It goes really quick.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. We're used to rambling much longer.
Yeah, I do have a couple questions that I can feed from the chat that might be pretty quick, if that's okay, Mohammed and Cactus, and then we can close out. Is that okay with you, Liam?
Well, if they have something quick that we can address too, you know, it just depends on what it is, you know. You know, I tried not to get sucked into it, but as soon as like Athena brought that up, I knew talking about the far rightist, it would get me worked up for hours.
Sure. So. One quick thing, do you have some books on imperialism as it relates to the Middle East? That was question in the chat. I know it's pretty broad, but I would say
way too many. So
maybe a good place to start. A good place to start with imperialism and all this, especially when it relates to current events. Probably easy.
It depends on what aspects, what part of it, what their previous knowledge base is. Because honestly, just a really good survey of modern Mideast history is going to talk about a lot of it. Like Jim Gelvin's short textbook, The Modern Middle East, is pretty good. Because it talks about their responses to early imperialism with defensive development, and then just how bad it got when they seized more and more control. So, I mean, just any general good modern survey of the Mideast is going to talk a lot about that. Jim Gelvin's a good guy. He works at UCLA. Let's see. What else would be short good one on it? Oh shit. No.
And while he's grabbing that, thank you to those who are in the guest box. We really appreciate you being here. Please come back next week. We're here every Friday for the next 8 months, sometimes Thursdays, and then sometimes Liam will do other bonus sessions. So please come back. We really want to make sure that he gets the rest that he needs to get. So thank you, and come back. And it's good to see you, Mohammed. You get to close it out tonight.
Oh yeah, I felt bad this dropped, but it's lovely to talk to you guys again. I was gonna try to catch you guys yesterday, but I did not have the time.
Yeah, I get it. So yeah, maybe we'll just finish out Please Tap, and yeah, thank you to those that are in the guest requests, and please come back.
Yeah, my topic's not going to be very long. I was thinking of something, but I might actually just tag on to what Cove was talking about, but like more of an American sense of it. So I was.
Yeah, I realistically can't do better than that in something just to start it up too. I'd want to talk to somebody and see what specific interests they have, what knowledge they already have for it or whatever. But yeah, I mean, so there's a more recent edition of Jim's book. I think there might be one more recent than this too. But this is good because it does talk a lot specifically about it, where a number of synthetic histories of the Mideast don't. Like Ilan Pape has a book about this size, his Modern Middle East one, but he talks a lot more about women and popular culture and urban spaces and things like that, where Jim focuses a lot on empire and the culture of empire and the economics of it. So that might be a good start, at least for somebody. And if you want some of the ideological dimensions of it, this is sort of fun, but it can be a little technical. But I like Lockman as a scholar. So this talks more about the the way that empire is sort of like justified, like how you why you're there in the first place. So, but yeah, most of the ones that I have on the Mideast and imperialism, they tend to be, they're much more they're focused on specific aspects of it or specific locations, so I wouldn't know exactly what to. I don't want to bring another giant one over right now.
Totally get it. And then maybe I know that John had a question in the comments, and we'll just pen that and maybe talk about that next week, or when we do like a deeper dive on Israel Palestine. Is he was asking like, what do you see? How do you see this conflict resolving short term, long term? I know that's a really big question. Well,
I don't think I understood it.
Sorry. How do you see this conflict resolving, either short term or long term?
Yeah.
So we might.
It's come, things like that come up a lot, and honestly, there are so many different directions it can go that it's hard to see. Right now, as optimistic as I am about a lot of organizing efforts and people coming together and sharing information, right now, all the trends on the ground suggest that things are going to get much worse, not better. So it's not like I see a resolving, thing. What I see are potentials, what we could do, the directions we could steer things. So that's kind of a big conversation. It's come up in a few of these before, but I'm always happy to dive into that with people there.
Sure.
But yeah, things are not going to get better anytime soon, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll continue that. And then it's funny, the other question that I had written down is from Mohammed, just kind of a fun question. I don't know if that's the reason that you came up, Mohammed, or you just want to close it out with Doc.
I gotta be honest, I don't remember the question I asked.
Oh, okay. You asked him what his favorite book was.
I don't think there might have been another Muhammad on the chat because I actually genuinely don't remember asking that.
Really?
I
Okay, yeah, it might have been another
I
Mohammed.
might have
But
been
I could have sworn it was you, but anyway, that was the other
it might have
question.
been me. It's bad if I forgot that within an hour, probably. That would be really bad. My memory would
I
need some
could be
work.
wrong.
It would sound like the kind of thing I could do. I generally forget everything I say as soon as I've said it.
I am far from
Plus,
perfect, but
no, you're fine.
I'll let you
Yeah, I was
close
gonna
it out.
say, I was like, yeah, no, I just ended the end half of the conversation about like deep right and everything like that, and you were like advocating for like how Muslims are very like modern ideals and stuff, and it's just a baffling kind of like concept that people think it's such a backwards thing. And I just wanted to tag along on that idea of like I've lived in America my whole life. I'm not gonna oust to where I live, but like I live in a very southern place where you think like, you get the idea of like backwards thinking of like, oh, they see my name and like see my complexion is like, oh, he's one of them. But it happens from time to time, but I have been in fortunate enough where I have had beautiful dialogues with people who, like, I worked in healthcare for a while, mental health for a while, and I you find out when people are sitting with you in like face to face value, you realize where the background comes from and where the disconnect comes from. Because I'll sit down and they ask me questions. It might be one of those, those southern twang of saying, "Oh, bless your soul," like it's as an insult kind of thing. If you get what I mean, it's like they get those kind of contexts.
Oh,
And
bless your heart.
bless your soul, you don't know a thing, do you? It's just those kind of things. So I sit in those scenarios and I was like, okay, I think I can navigate this. And I'd sit and talk to them and just relate to them for a little bit. And then they hear what's like the similarities in like those faiths and stuff. And you realize it's not like I saw someone post in the comments inherited racism. And honestly, it's almost that and a government that pays them to be uneducated. There was a long time where one of my papers I wrote like for a class was talking about something about like global warming back then and stuff. And I talked to one of my friends who lived in a very, I want to say, like one of those places that have like coal mines and stuff like that, and they're thinking of why they do what they do. They don't, it's like they don't want to close the mines because they think it's gonna encourage like global warming. They just don't believe it because they're paid not to be educated. They're paid to just work those hard jobs that no one wants to work because that's their areas, things that like they don't know, if that makes sense. Like I had a friend of mine who she grew up resenting her parents because she grew up in that environment, and she's very liberal now. She's very, how to say, against that kind of ideals and stuff, and hated the people she lived with because she would hear how they talked about different races and religions. Later on, when she moved into a more modern area where they just kind of discuss these things, it's kind of just, how to explain it. She understood it and is more defensive of them. And you get those people who are like far right who won't understand Islam or whatever religion like Judaism or culture, and they're very hateful. And it's actually some points where there's liberals that are so left they won't understand people who are just aren't educated in that and just won't give them, like, they just have that animosity. And it's always it seems like it's a paid to be that way, like that divide is made on purpose from the government, like to get them to be like, oh, you have to be Democratic or Republican. And it's like the whole libertarian thing, I'm not even sure if I would call myself that. I'm like, I just like there's things I agree on both sides and things I disagree on both sides, and it's like almost that group think, and it's like almost an installed thing, I believe. I just kind of wanted to see your opinion on that because like you were talking about how there is middle class people that are just blatantly racist and they have the information there to them, but when they're living in a place where drugs are rampant, they work so hard just to make a living because that's how their parents lived and their great grandparents lived, and they don't have the opportunity to move out. So it's just like education system is made to be racist there in that area. So and so, like it's it's like you sit down and talk to these people, and they're actually willing to talk. Yeah, they might be aggressive at first, but you don't take it back in an aggressive tone. You don't respond to that and just be more understanding, and they're willing to learn.
Yeah, I have run into a lot of people, especially from small towns. I mean, a longtime partner of mine. I mean, one of the main reasons it couldn't work out is we wanted to live on opposite sides of the country. But the she was from a town so small that it had like one intersection, no lights. I mean, it was very small, and all the towns around it are small. There's no big cities for hours, and in that environment, you get a lot of people that, because their environment is very homogenous, when somebody passes around a stereotype, it's easy to catch on because you've got nothing to weigh it against. You don't know any of the people involved. So it's easy to believe the bullshit, and people believe the bullshit because it's part of their social circle. We're hardwired to do that, to actually trust the people in our social circles if they share information with us, and to distrust things from people that we don't know at all, that we have no relationship with. So it's very easy to spread around really terrible ideas. And you're right about inherited racism, because a lot of ideas just pass on generationally. People, if they already have those views, if they picked them up from various reasons before, it's going to stay in that climate, and people are going to keep hearing it until something challenges that. And one of the problems I've had with, Democrats in particular, and with liberalism as a whole, it gets back to that sense of elitism or paternalism that comes in, because they'll talk down to people or they won't talk to them at all. It's one or the other. You're either, you dumb rednecks, and I'm out of here, or you're just like lecturing people. You shouldn't do that. That's racist. That's bad. And a lot of times they do that in ways that the language makes no sense to people. They have no idea why what they did is wrong. But if you approached it differently, if you help people to understand and humanize the people at the other end and explain why this is wrong, you get a lot of reactions like, don't throw me this weird microaggression, safe space, liberal bullshit at me. But if you help people to understand what it really means, use examples from their own life and their own context about how microaggressions can harm people, I have found people really understanding it. Same thing with just everything else about racial policies, all the rest of this. It depends on how you talk to people. Humans are humans at the end of the day. What made somebody grow up liberal isn't that they were biologically different. It's that they grew up with more people around them that were different, and it encouraged that. That we have predispositions, but when you have a whole lot of liberals in a particular area, it's because of the diversity in the area. We experience it. We feel the people. We see, cool, like I can walk a block that direction, there's a Cambodian restaurant, a block that direction, there's a Mexican restaurant, blah, blah, blah. And that's normal. You grew up in an area that's just 99.9% white people. Where my ex is from, the only black people they ever saw were because of the state prisons that were in the area. People coming to visit their incarcerated relatives from a big city, because that was prisons out in the middle of nowhere. And there was like, I think she said that she'd only ever seen one Asian person that came to the town. There were no Hispanic people, nothing. It was just all people of like English and French origin. So in an environment like that, it's very easy for bullshit ideas to circulate and never get challenged. But if you challenge them badly, people will dig in harder and not let them go. If you challenge them correctly, it's not that hard to get people to let go of hateful ideas. I've had a lot of conversations like you're talking about with people, and I've run into a lot of people with really problematic views that I've known in person, and if you talk to them the right way, it can help a lot. But whenever they hear that paternalism, the hard part is they hear so much of it from the world around them. And this is where, again, I have a lot of criticism towards generic liberalism and the Democratic Party, because they get bombarded with so much shit through media and all around them that tells them they're stupid. That it's very hard for someone actually to reach them. Because I might be able to have a patient conversation with somebody and they're like, okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. And then they walk a few feet away and they're bombarded by a bunch of shit that tells them that they're just a dumb hick and that they're stupid and, it's all their fault, So then, no, it's not. And then you get defensive and then all the shit comes back out. It just, all of that, the accreted layers, of hatefulness can come right back to the surface. It makes it very difficult for us. It's one of the reasons I'm such a critic of, liberal parties in general. I mean, having two right-wing parties in the same country is a fucking disaster. So,
I mean, I think why I had so much luck with it is, yeah, my name is Muhammad, but like that southern place, I was born and raised there. So I can talk to them. Like, my voice is very vanilla right now, but you put me in front of someone with a very southern twang, I can say, bud, listen, I get where you're coming from. I get right into that zone. And it's like almost unintentional, because it's not like I'm doing it to mock them or anything. It's I lived here so long. It's that inner voice in me that talks to them and they can relate. Like, I can be like, hey, trust me, I get it a lot. I understand where the frustration comes, but it's the TV, the media, blah, blah, talk, all that. And it's almost what I'm seeing with why these pro-Palestinian, pro-Israeli things get so divisive is I'm almost thinking it's the same ideal. It's like,
similar,
they're so attacked because this is all they ever knew. So like, Israelis are probably like so defensive because this is their patriotism. They have to show it, and they're just directly yelled at. And same true back to the pro-Pallies. Everybody starts the conversation by saying, "Oh no, you do this and you do this." One of the videos you retweeted, I retweeted the same one, was the plenty of pro-Palestinians living within Israel wanting a reform and give it back the land. They were having a peaceful protest, and the Israeli armies taking their poster boards and all that. And it's like, those are the people we need dialogue with, but those aren't the ones that are given access. They're limited to the information they're given. They're limited to what they can say. It was actually interesting. Like, they always bring up, oh, there's Arabs that live here that love it here, and we get the same rights, got some of them in my throat, same rights and all of that and stuff. And I finally talked with one in a different live, and I tried to ask some of these questions, and he answers them in such a way where it's like a roundabout way, because if he says anything, it feels like they listen into his internet, listen to this stuff. He's like, let me just say it in a way where, what do you think is like my rights are? What do you think?
Right.
Like, in a way where it's like, okay, I answer, and he doesn't necessarily say yes or no, but you kind of get the answer. It's like they're stuck in such a way from where it's like a situational background, if that makes any sense. Like,
no, it does, because again, our identities are formed by that social context, and if that's all we know, then that's our sense of self. So yeah, for a lot of Israelis, it's very reflexive. They're patriotic, and they've been taught that Zionism is synonymous with the current Israeli state as it's structured. So of course they're Zionists, and they're going to defend it when people are going around saying Israel bad, because it makes it feel like it's them. It's similar to, I am a massive critic of U.S. policy, foreign policy, economic policy. This country's fucked up, but I don't have a problem with the people. The people are beautiful. The country's beautiful. Nature, there's a lot of great things here. But people take that criticism, if you do it the wrong way with the wrong person, and it's like, well, you're challenging my identity, or saying I shouldn't be an American. Like, why don't you get out of my country? It's kind of the wrong way to approach those when you're having a dialogue with that kind of person. You don't go to somebody that feels that way and shit all over their identity. You help them understand the problematic aspects of it and how they can make it better. Oh, you love this country? Great. Let's build on the fact that you love this country. So find a way to make it not do awful things that have people say, oh, you don't like it when people chant that America's the great Satan? Let's talk about why that happens so we can prevent it, because I don't want to hear that either. I don't think anyone should hear that. You agree with them in that sense. It opens up a door to a dialogue about that. I think that it fits the topic that Erica and everyone was talking about, like us doing for next week on communication and just building a larger conversation around this, because I'll tell you, I know a lot of beautiful Palestinians and Israelis, and I appreciate both cultures. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with the politics. I have a problem with the ideologies. Not all Israelis are evil people. And if we can get that through our heads, that they're not all evil, it opens up a door to talk to them, and we can empower them and build their numbers and give them a sense of solidarity. Then they can better challenge the people in their society, and we can open up more and more doors and gradually change perspectives for people. But if you take every Israeli and you make them a Yahtzee, I mean, think of it's the same thing with, like, if you were irrationally hating all Germans, there was a significant German resistance to the Yahtzees throughout. I mean, there were tons of Germans who were unalived by their own government for opposing the government. So it's not Germans as a people that were the problem, but their ideology was horrific, wasn't it? I think we can all agree the Yahtzee ideology was horrifying. So is the current Zionist ideology, the current governing form of Zionism. But that doesn't mean all the people who grew up there or live there share those views. I think we all need to take a step back and realize that, because I run into I run into the same kind of like reflexive anger from some of the pro-Palestinian crowd that I see from Israelis. It's kind of like a knee-jerk hate. Anytime you say something nice about the other side, you're a traitor. It harms us in a way. But I get where it comes from emotionally. It's a reaction, so I feel you. I get where that comes from, but it doesn't help to make things better for anybody, to fall into those patterns. So I totally get you on the whole Southern issue. And I live in a rural area. I've had a lot of conversations like that over the years. So it's, I think it's important to try and help people be better, be their best self, rather than just cutting them out and making them feel like they're illegitimate. I don't think that helps anybody at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that. It's just that isolation and just the quick, because a lot of them are just talking at emotions. It's what day 100 and plus of this thing, and everybody just wants it to end for the people, but the people who can make change are the ones that are ignoring the whole situation. But yeah, for this going to sleep and needing to go back tomorrow, I just kind of want to end it there. But if you do have a chance, I just wanted to ask you something in the your inbox, if it's possible. It's a small question. If not, I understand.
Sure,
but yeah,
that is
you
fine.
for having me. And you have a great rest of your night. I enjoyed all the other dialogues I heard, and Erica, it's good seeing you again. You guys have a great night.
And if you honestly, if you have time to come along to next week when I have a longer day anyway, because it'd be great to bring in some of those perspectives too. I want to try and get people who really care about finding the best ways to communicate, so we can actually try to help people instead of exacerbating the problems. We have to be better if we're going to make things better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There was a time, like a couple of other lives I've been a part, where the dialogue was very beautiful, and like we were talking like human beings to each other, and it wasn't just like no you. And then there's other times I've asked the same question, and one person answered rationally, and the other person is like, no, they just all hate us and they want to put our heads on a platter. I'm like, okay, this dialogue's not going to go anywhere because you're not seeing any of the other points. But yeah, I agree. If I have the chance next week, absolutely, I'd love to join that.
Thank
you again for having me.
Somebody just in a chat,
sorry.
I don't know why that's thrown in so far at the end here where I'm about to shut down, but there was that question about the plague. I'm assuming they mean like the Black Death in Europe, but
yeah,
that's fun. Bring that up in a future when we've got time, because I teach courses on the Middle Ages, so
totally.
yeah.
We've been spamming that person. Come back
all the way at
next
the
week.
end. This is not the time for a big question.
Yeah,
So,
we keep on spamming, like, come back next week.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
Thank you so much. We went like 25 minutes over the goal, but hopefully that's okay. And I love the shared humanity and compassion. And thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. So
this is what, the 22nd of these, and I think it's the shortest one. So I think 25 minutes over the goal is not bad. I think it's still the shortest one I've done. So Anyway, see y'all sometime soon. Think happy thoughts, wish me luck, because I'm wading into a giant job fair filled with people, and I hate selling myself. I don't like walking up to somebody and saying, hey, please hire me. It's so... I don't want to talk about myself that way. No. But I have to do it, so gotta do it. Anyway, sail away. Okay. Oh, it looks like... Oh, no, still gotta... God, it takes forever to upload these things to YouTube. The one from yesterday still has... It claims half an hour left to upload if it's accurate, and then it has to process. So these are slow. It's been going all day long. Sheesh. At least this one will go quicker. Anyway, I'll see y'all soon. I'll obviously post next time I'm coming on. Have a good night, folks.